Hello story enthusiasts. Welcome to Prime Fiction. Today we venture into, what if Naruto was summoned to Asgard as the ancient fox deity and Sif Hela and Frigga all chose him? Your support means everything, like and subscribe. Enjoy. Chapter 1, The Runes. Remember, the grove had been silent for 900 years. That was the thing the scholars of Asgard kept saying, in hushed voices, in the hours after it happened. 9 centuries of silence from the Aldifox Stones, the great carved pillars that ringed the sacred grove at the edge of the Bifrost Plateau, each one etched with runes so old that even Odin admitted he hadn't written them. They predated his reign. They predated his father's reign. Some of the older vulva priestesses, the ones who lived in the mountain libraries and rarely came down for anything less than a coronation or a catastrophe, claimed the stones predated the construction of Asgard itself. 900 years of silence. And then, on an otherwise unremarkable Tuesday evening, Asgardian calendars being what they were, the day had no special name, no festival attached, no prophecy pinned to it. Every single one of the Aldifox stones lit up like the sun had fallen into the grove and decided to stay. The light was orange. Not gold, the way Asgardian magic tended to run. Not blue-white like Bifrost energy. Not the cold green of seer weaving. Orange, deep and burning and alive, the color of something that had been patient for an extremely long time and had finally decided it was done waiting. The palace guards reported it first. Then the warriors 3, who happened to be drinking on a balcony with a clear sight line to the plateau and therefore had the best seats in Asgard for what came next. Then Frigga herself, who had been in her private garden when the light washed over the walls and turned her white roses the color of embers, and who had stood very still for a long moment before setting down her pruning shears with the careful precision of a woman who already knew this was going to be a complicated evening. By the time Odin arrived at the grove, half the palace was behind him. The grove itself was a circle of ancient trees, massive silver-barked things that grew in no other part of the 9 realms, their canopy so dense that even midday sunlight came through filtered and strange. The Aldifox stones stood between the trees, 12 of them, each twice the height of a man and carved on every surface with the fox rune sequences that the vulva called the primordial script. Scholars had been trying to translate them for 4,000 years. They'd managed about a third. Tonight, every rune was burning. The light pulsed in a rhythm that felt, deeply and uncomfortably, like a heartbeat. Odin stood at the edge of the grove and said nothing. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, had abandoned his shoulders the moment the light started and were now somewhere high in the silver trees, invisible and presumably alarmed. Beside him, 3 Einherjar captains had their spears raised and their mouths slightly open, because the weapons training for royal guards was extensive, but it did not really cover this. In the center of the grove, where the 12 stones aimed their carved faces inward like an audience, the light was brightest. It gathered itself. It pulled together from all 12 sources at once, streams of that deep burning orange converging on the center point like rivers finding the sea. And then there was a sound. Not an explosion. Not a crack of thunder. Something quieter than that, and somehow worse, a single deep resonant tone, the kind that you felt in your chest cavity before you heard it with your ears, the kind that made the trees shiver all the way to their silver roots. The light collapsed inward. And left a man standing in the middle of it. He landed on his feet, which seemed important somehow. Not sprawled, not stumbling, not the graceless arrival of someone yanked through space against their will. He simply appeared in a 3-point stance, one knee briefly down, one hand braced against the stone-carved earth, and then he rose smoothly and looked around with the alert, measuring calm of someone who had woken up in strange places enough times that they had developed a whole methodology for it. He was shorter than the Asgardians had expected, though nobody said so immediately. Lean rather than massive, wearing a dark jacket over an orange-accented shirt, with bright blonde hair that spiked in several directions without any apparent regard for gravity or dignity. His eyes, when they caught the last of the fading runelight, were the particular blue of deep water, not cold, not distant, but deep, the kind of blue that implied something vast was living underneath it. On each cheek, 3 short whisker marks. Like a fox. The silence stretched for about 4 seconds before he broke it. Okay, he said, in a voice that was conversational and calm and carried absolutely no trace of fear. He turned in a slow circle, taking in the stones, the trees, the assembled crowd at the grove's edge. So. Not Konoha. One of the Einherjar captains shifted his grip on his spear. The man glanced at it, then at the captain, then back around at the crowd. His expression did something complicated, a sort of rapid assessment, followed by something that was almost amusement. The big fancy spears are ornamental, right? He said. Or is everyone actually this tense? It was Sif who moved first. She had been standing at the outer edge of the crowd, having come directly from the training grounds when the light appeared, which meant she was still in her practice leathers with her hair pulled back and her short sword on her hip rather than the ceremonial blade she wore at formal occasions. In retrospect, this was probably the most fortuitous detail of the entire evening, because it meant she was the only person in the assembled crowd who was genuinely, practically ready to move, and she did, stepping forward through the ring of guards with the natural ease of someone who had never in her life waited for permission. She stopped 6 feet from the man in the center of the grove. He turned to face her fully, and she got her first clear look at him. The whisker marks were stranger up close, not cosmetic, not painted, somehow embedded in the nature of his face, like they'd always been there and always would be. His posture was relaxed. His hands were at his sides, open. Not a fighting stance. But also, and she noticed this with the instincts of someone who had been studying combat since age 7, not the relaxed posture of someone who wasn't ready to be in a fighting stance in about half a second if needed. "You're Lady Sif," he said. She blinked. "You know me?" "The Vulva priestesses have records," Frigga said from behind her, arriving with quiet authority and considerably more composure than almost everyone else present. If he came through the Aldifox stones, he would have seen the resonance images in transit. Faces, names. She paused, studying the man with an expression that was thoughtful and carefully neutral. "Isn't that right?" The man, Naruto, she would learn in a moment, just Naruto, apparently, with the easy confidence of someone who had never needed a title to feel complete, looked at Frigga, and something shifted in his face. Not deference, exactly. Recognition. "You're smarter than you're letting on," he said. Frigga's mouth curved. "I usually am." Odin stepped forward then, and the crowd parted for him with the automatic precision of long practice, and the atmosphere shifted the way it always did when the Allfather decided to occupy the center of a situation. He was carrying Gungnir. He hadn't decided to leave it in the palace when the light started, which told Sif something about his state of mind. He regarded the newcomer from the grove's edge with the single eye that had seen the beginning of this age and expected to see the end of it. The newcomer looked back at him with easy, open curiosity. "Allfather," the man said, and his tone was polite without being deferential. The tone, Sif thought, of someone who was acknowledging a peer rather than prostrating himself before a superior. "I'm going to guess you're the one who lit up the stones." Odin was quiet for a moment. Then, the stones lit themselves. "As they have not done since before my reign began." He tilted his head slightly. "Do you know what you are, boy?" The blond man's expression flickered, something passing through the blue of his eyes that Sif couldn't quite read. Fast, and then gone, replaced by that easy calm. "I know exactly what I am," he said. "The question is what you think I am." His name, he told them, was Naruto Uzumaki. He said it the same way he'd said everything else, directly, without performance, like the name itself needed no decoration because it had already been enough places and done enough things that decoration would just be clutter. They brought him into the palace. Or rather, Frigga suggested it and he agreed and Odin permitted it, and the roughly 40 people who had followed the Allfather to the grove now trailed back through the golden corridors of Asgard's heart in a procession that was trying very hard to feel official and mostly succeeded. Sif walked 4 paces behind him and studied the way he moved. He walked through Asgard's halls, halls that had made foreign dignitaries stop mid-stride to gape, halls lined with 10,000 years of the greatest artistry of the 9 realms, with the comfortable interest of someone browsing a market they found pleasant but not overwhelming. He glanced at things. He noticed things, she could tell that much, the quick sideways assessments that looked casual but weren't. But nothing made him slow down with awe. Nothing made him shrink. Volstagg drifted up beside her, enormous and curious, lowering his voice to something he clearly thought was a whisper. He doesn't seem frightened. No, Sif agreed. Strange. Most mortals who arrive through the stones are in a state of extreme distress. He's not a mortal, she said, before she'd entirely decided whether she believed it. Volstagg looked at her. You think the legends are real? The primordial fox, I think the stones haven't activated in 900 years and he arrived through them walking upright and making jokes, Sif said. So I'm keeping my options open. At the front of the procession, Naruto had apparently struck up a conversation with one of the younger palace servants, a girl of maybe 16 who had been carrying a message scroll and frozen in a doorway when the procession swept past, and he had simply paused, said something to her in a tone too low to carry, and made her laugh before continuing on. Just like that, smooth as water, the way some people were naturally with others, the way that couldn't be taught. Sif filed that away with the rest of it and said nothing. They gave him a chamber in the east wing, not the guest quarters designed for diplomatic visits, which tended toward the ostentatious, but a set of rooms in the older part of the palace where the stonework was heavier and the windows looked out over the training grounds rather than the decorative gardens. Practical rooms, by Asgardian standards. He looked around them once, nodded like a man checking off a list, and sat down on the edge of the bed, which was, by any reasonable measure, the most magnificent piece of furniture in the room, a carved Asgardian 4-poster that could have fit 4 people comfortably, with the complete lack of ceremony of someone sitting on a roadside stone. So, he said, looking at Sif, who had followed him in without quite deciding to, and Frigga, who had followed with full intent. 2 Einherjar guards had taken positions outside the door. Who wants to explain what the stones actually are? Because I got fragments on the way through and I'm missing some context. Frigga settled into the room's single chair with the ease of a woman who owned every room she entered by right of presence rather than rank. What do you already know? Fox deity. Old. Predates the current dynasty. The runes talk about balance, something about a guardian figure who exists outside the normal structure of divine hierarchies. He paused. And they really, really wanted me. Specifically. The pull wasn't general, it was pointed. Frigga's expression did something careful. You're correct about all of that. And Odin didn't summon me, he said. It wasn't a question. The Allfather placed his hands on the stones 3 days ago during the celestial convergence, Frigga said, and spoke the old words. Whether that constitutes a summoning or an invitation is a theological question that scholars will debate for years. She met his gaze steadily. But no. He didn't summon you. The stones chose who to call. Sif watched his face process that. Something moved through it, thoughtful, not troubled. Then he looked out the window at the training grounds below, where the last light of Asgard's long evening was painting everything the color of old bronze. The thing is, he said, conversationally, I was in the middle of something. Something important? Sif asked, and was slightly annoyed at herself for how quickly she'd asked it. He looked at her. Paperwork, mostly. Which I hate. So honestly the timing wasn't terrible. She stared at him. You were doing paperwork. I'm a Hokage. It's basically all paperwork. He said it with the particular tone of a man who has made peace with something through sheer accumulated suffering. Don't let anyone tell you that running a village is glamorous. Frigga made a small sound that was almost certainly a suppressed laugh. They left him to rest, or said they were leaving him to rest, which Sif interpreted as leaving him to explore the room and probably the immediate surroundings at his own pace while they went to have the inevitable conversation with Odin about what came next. The conversation with Odin was, in Sif's estimation, about as productive as those conversations usually were. The Allfather stood at his study window with Gungnir still in hand, which he never did when he was calm, and listened to Frigga's account of their exchange with Naruto with the expression of a man processing several uncomfortable facts simultaneously. "He is not afraid," Odin said, when Frigga finished. "No. He should be." Frigga looked at her husband with that particular patience that had been refined over 1500 years. "Should he?" The runes confirmed his arrival. The stones responded to him and not to the dozen vulva who have tried to activate them this decade. "If the old lore is even partially accurate, I know the old lore," Odin said. There was something in his voice that Sif couldn't quite name. Not fear. Something adjacent to it. "Then you know the primordial fox was never a servant of any throne," Frigga said gently. Silence. "Then, post additional guards on his corridor." "Allfather," discreetly. Frigga looked at Sif. Sif looked at the wall. The exchange between them was entirely silent and entirely comprehensible to both parties. "I'll post guards where they'll do some good and also where he definitely won't find them insulting, and then we'll have this argument again tomorrow when you've had time to think." "I'll handle it," Sif said. She went back to the east wing with that intention, and found, almost immediately, that the guest chamber was empty. Not fled through the window empty. The bed had been sat on, the window was open to the training ground air, and there was no sign of distress or haste. He'd simply left the room and gone somewhere. Sif stood in the empty chamber for a moment, running through the geography of the east wing in her head, and then went out to the corridor and quietly dismissed the guards. If they couldn't find him, there was no point in posting them at a door. She found him 20 minutes later. He was in the training grounds. Not sparring with anyone, not using any equipment, just standing in the center of the main yard in the dark, in the same dark jacket and orange-marked shirt he'd arrived in, hands in his pockets, looking up. Asgard's sky at night was extraordinary by any standard, the constellations of the 9 realms laid out in patterns that astronomers from other worlds traveled lifetimes to see. The Bifrost shimmered at the horizon, distant and crystalline. He was looking at it the way you looked at something that reminded you of something else. She came and stood beside him without announcing herself, mostly because she wanted to see if he'd notice. He noticed immediately. She could tell by the microscopic shift in his shoulders, not tension, just acknowledgement, without him turning his head. "What's it like?" she asked. "Where you're from?" He was quiet long enough that she thought he might not answer. Then, "It's a village. A good one. People I'd die for. A beat. Mountains. Good ramen. Constant threat of annihilation, historically, though we've been doing better on that front lately. Constant threat of annihilation. It gets more manageable when you've survived enough of them." She turned to look at his profile. The whisker marks caught the Bifrost's light in a way that made them look, for just a second, like something much older than a young man's face. "Are you truly what the old texts describe? The primordial fox?" He turned his head and met her eyes, and what she found there was not the divine inscrutability she'd half expected. It was something more honest than that, the look of someone who had been handed a legend to carry and had chosen to carry it without pretending it was lighter than it was. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "I'm also the vessel of the 9-tailed fox, Kurama, though he's gone now. And apparently I'm whatever the stones say I am too." A pause. "I've had multiple identities before. You get used to sorting through which one matters in which moment. That sounds exhausting." "Sometimes." He looked back at the sky. "Mostly it's fine. I know who I am. The names just describe different parts of it." Sif was quiet for a moment. In her experience, people who said things like "I know who I am" usually didn't, and the certainty itself was the tell. But he didn't say it the way insecure people said it, like armor. He said it the way people said the sky is blue, as a statement of fact so established it barely needed saying. She found it, against her expectations, deeply irritating and deeply interesting at the same time. "You should sleep," she said, because she needed to say something practical before she said something else. "Probably." He glanced at her sideways, and there was something there, the faintest suggestion of amusement, like he could read about half of what she was thinking and found it entertaining. "You've been watching me since the grove. I'm a warrior. I observe threats. Am I a threat?" She held his gaze. He held hers back without effort, without challenge, without the performative intensity that men usually offered when trying to seem dangerous or impressive. Just steady. Just present. "I haven't decided," she said. He smiled, a real one, quick and warm and asymmetric in a way that made it look entirely unpremeditated. "Fair enough," he said. "Come get me when you do." And he walked back toward the palace, hands still in his pockets, unhurried, leaving Sif standing in the training grounds with the Bifrost's light on her face and the unfamiliar, slightly uncomfortable sensation of having lost a conversational exchange without being entirely sure where it had happened. She didn't sleep well. She hadn't expected to. By the time the first light of Asgardian morning was doing its slow gold enrose display over the eastern mountains, she'd given up on the attempt entirely and gone back to the training grounds, which was where she always went when her head wouldn't quiet. The familiar routines, blade forms, then footwork patterns, then the heavy bag she'd had mounted on an iron post specifically because the standard targets weren't satisfying when she was really annoyed, were reliable comfort. She was halfway through her third set of footwork patterns when she realized she wasn't alone. He was sitting on the stone wall at the training ground's edge, and he'd been there long enough that the morning dew on the stone was damp around where he was sitting, which meant he'd been out here before her. He was watching her with the same quality of attention he'd shown the sky the night before, genuine, unhurried, and entirely unself-conscious about the fact that he was staring. "You're up early," she said, not breaking her pattern. "Haven't slept yet." He said it without any apparent concern about this. "New places. I like to map them first." "You spent the night mapping Asgard's palace? And the grounds, and the outer walls, and the first 300 meters of the Bifrost Plateau approach." He tilted his head. "Your guard rotation has a gap on the northeast tower. 20-minute window every 6 hours. You should probably fix that." Sif stopped. She turned to look at him fully. He met her gaze with the mild, helpful expression of a man passing along useful information. "You spent the night auditing our security." "I was up anyway," he said reasonably. She stared at him for a long moment and then, because there was genuinely no better response available, said, "Which northeast tower?" "We have 3. Middle one. The one with the sight line to the Aldifox Grove." She filed it away because she would absolutely be fixing it, and also because the fact that he'd noticed it at all, in a single night in an entirely unfamiliar palace complex, was telling her things about his actual capabilities that she was only beginning to account for. Why that tower? Why that approach? Because if someone wanted to monitor what came through the stones and you wanted to have a window to do it from, that's where you'd stand. He paused. "Wanted to know if we were being watched." "We," she said. Something shifted in his expression, quick, like he'd noticed the word as soon as she did. Then he let it stand, didn't correct it, and looked out across the training ground. "The stones connected me to Asgard. Whatever else that means, it means I'm paying attention to whether the place is safe. It's a habit." It was, Sif thought, an interesting way to phrase it. Not "I want to protect myself," which would have been honest and human and entirely expected. But whether the place is safe, turned outward, almost reflexively, toward the collective rather than the individual. She went back to her footwork. He watched in silence that didn't feel like pressure. After a few minutes, "Your left side has a tell." She didn't stop this time, but she did say, crisply, "I beg your pardon. When you're coming off a left pivot, your right shoulder drops about 2 inches before you set your foot. It's small. You'd have to know what to look for. And you know what to look for." I've been in enough fights to know what to look for. She did stop then. Turned to face him again. He was sitting with his arms crossed loosely over his knees, utterly relaxed, making the observation with the same casual manner as someone noting that it might rain. "Would you like to demonstrate?" she said, and the edge in her voice was intentional. He looked at her for a moment. Then he unwound from the wall with that smooth, no-wasted motion quality she'd noted the night before, dropped to the training ground's packed earth, and held out a hand, palm up. "You'll need to attack first. I don't start fights." She attacked first. What happened next lasted exactly 11 seconds, which she calculated later with the slightly dazed precision of someone trying to reconstruct something that had happened faster than they'd fully processed it. She led with a combination she'd developed over years, a three-part sequence that flowed naturally from one motion to the next and had deposited multiple warriors three on the ground more than once. He read all three parts before she executed them, moving with the specific, infuriating quality of someone who'd seen not just what you were doing but what you were going to do, and her shoulder dropped on the left pivot exactly as he'd said, and he was already standing where she was going to be, and his hand came up and deflected, not blocked, deflected, using her own momentum, and then she was standing 3 feet from where she'd started, facing the wrong direction, and he was behind her. She turned around. He hadn't moved. "The tell," he said. She breathed out through her nose. Looked at his hands. Then at his stance, still the open relaxed one, hands at sides. "You didn't hurt me. I don't have a reason to." Most people who deflect a strike are either trying to hurt or trying to prove something. She paused. "Which were you trying to do?" "Answer your question," he said simply. "You wanted to know if I could fight." "I can fight." He paused. "We can have a real one later if you want. I'm happy to go longer than 11 seconds. She held his gaze for another long moment. "Tonight," she said. "After the midday court session. Full armor, real weapons." He smiled again, that quick, real one. Looking forward to it. The sun was fully up now, burning the last of the Asgardian mist off the mountains, and from somewhere inside the palace came the distant sounds of a day beginning, the deep resonant tone of the morning bell, the tramp of the guard change, the smell of the great kitchens beginning their work. Naruto turned his face toward the sun for a moment with the expression of someone making a minor adjustment to their understanding of where they were, and Sif watched him and thought about 11 seconds and a shoulder tell she'd been carrying for 6 years without anyone noticing. From the palace doors behind her came the sound of hurrying footsteps, and she turned to find a young herald trying to catch his breath. He'd clearly been sent to locate the newcomer and had tried several other locations first. "My Lady Sif," he managed. "The Allfather requests the presence of, He looked at Naruto with the expression of someone who hadn't been briefed on what exactly to call him. "The arrival." The fox, one of the older guards on the wall suggested, in a low voice that was clearly not meant to carry. "Naruto's fine," said Naruto, without looking at the guard, which answered the question of how good his hearing was. The herald looked relieved. "The Allfather requests the presence of Naruto Uzumaki in the throne room at the 2nd hour." Naruto looked at Sif. "When's the 2nd hour?" "Shortly." She tilted her head toward the palace. "I'll walk you. You'll want to know which corridors lead where without the tour." "I did spend the night mapping the place," he pointed out. "The official corridors," she said. "For when you're walking with Einherjar and don't want to be seen cutting through the servants' passages." A pause. "Then, you know I went through the servants' passages? You were right that they're faster." He laughed, a real one, short and genuine, surprised out of him in a way that made it seem like it was something that happened to him rather than something he performed. She found she liked the sound of it more than she expected to. "All right," he said, falling into step beside her as she headed for the palace doors. "Show me the official route." They walked through the morning light, side by side, the palace of Asgard rising gold and vast around them, and Sif thought about the stones and their 900 years of silence, and the way they'd burned orange at the sight of him, and the 11 seconds in the training ground, and the shoulder tell nobody had noticed in 6 years. She thought, whatever the old text said about the primordial fox, whatever Odin thought he'd called or invited or released into his kingdom, this was not a force that had arrived to serve a throne. The stones hadn't lit up like that because he was someone's weapon. They'd lit up like that because he was coming home. She wasn't sure, yet, what she thought about that. But she was paying attention in a way she hadn't paid attention to anything in years, and in Sif's experience, that was usually worth following wherever it led. In the palace's western tower, behind windows of spelled glass that showed 3 views simultaneously, the training ground, the guest wing, the Aldifox Grove, Frigga stood with her hands folded and watched the two of them cross the courtyard below. She had been there since before the sun came up, which nobody knew, because Frigga had spent 1500 years being in the right place before anyone thought to look for her there. She watched the way Naruto walked beside Sif, not behind, not ahead, exactly beside, and the way Sif's posture had shifted in some small indefinable way from the coiled readiness of the training ground to something slightly more open. She watched his face when the sun hit it, and the way he tilted toward it with that brief, honest expression of orientation. She thought about what he'd said to her in the East Wing chamber, "You're smarter than you're letting on." Nobody had said that to her in a very long time. Most people, when they encountered Frigga's intelligence, either pretended not to notice it or looked at it as they'd look at a beautiful piece of furniture, something to be appreciated but not engaged with, not challenged, not matched. He'd noticed in 30 seconds. Frigga unfolded her hands and smoothed the front of her dress with the small, precise gesture she used when making a decision. There was a great deal to learn about Naruto Uzumaki. She intended to learn all of it. She left the window and went to find the oldest vulva translation of the primordial script, the one that hadn't been taken out of the restricted archives in 400 years. Whatever the next few days brought, she was going to be prepared. The Aldifox Grove was quiet again in the morning. The stones stood in their circle of silver trees, their runes dim and cold, the burned orange light entirely gone. But if you stood in the center of the circle, where Naruto had landed the night before, you could still feel it, something in the air, in the stone underfoot, in the particular frequency of the silence. A heartbeat. Patient. Old. And very, very awake. Chapter 2, Fangs at the Feast. The throne room of Asgard was built to make people feel small. This was not an accident. Odin had designed it, or overseen its redesign, 4,000 years ago, after a war that had left the previous throne room a rubble-filled memory, with specific intent. The ceiling vaulted so high that clouds occasionally formed at the upper reaches on humid days. The floor was polished to a mirror finish that reflected everything back doubled, so you always saw yourself walking towards something larger than you. The throne itself sat at the end of a processional corridor 300 meters long, raised on a dais of 7 steps, and was made from a single piece of metal alloy forged in a dying star and hauled to Asgard by 16 draft giants over the course of 2 decades. It worked on basically everyone. Sif watched Naruto walk the processional corridor and noted, with a feeling she was beginning to recognize as a specific brand of resigned amusement, that it wasn't working on him. He walked the 300 meters at a comfortable pace, hands out of his pockets for the occasion. She'd suggested it, he'd complied without argument, which was its own kind of telling, and looked around the throne room with the interested, uncowed expression he'd worn in the palace corridors. He noticed things. The placement of the guards, 16 Einherjar, 8 per side, ceremonial formation but fully armed. The 2 exits flanking the dais that weren't officially exits but absolutely functioned as such. The way the light caught the floor and made the reflection images slightly brighter than the originals, a subtle trick that put the focus on the throne. He noticed all of it and he kept walking and his posture didn't change. Odin watched him come from the throne with Gungnir upright at his side and his ravens restored to their usual positions on his shoulders, which meant he'd calmed down from the night before but was still treating this as a formal occasion requiring full symbolic weight. At the Allfather's right hand stood Thor, golden-haired, massive, Mjolnir on his belt with the easy comfort of something that had always been there, looking at the newcomer with an expression that was working hard at royal reserve and not entirely succeeding because Thor's natural state was enthusiastic curiosity. At Odin's left, a step back and a world apart in terms of posture, stood Loki. Loki was leaning against the wall beside the throne with his arms crossed and his head tilted at the specific angle of someone who had already decided this was going to be interesting and was positioning himself to enjoy it properly. His green eyes tracked Naruto the entire length of the processional corridor with a focused, assessing gleam that Sif recognized as his "I am paying very close attention" while appearing not to look. Frigga was not on the dais. She was standing to the side, near the base of the steps, in a position that was technically peripheral but practically gave her the best sightline in the room. She had her hands folded and the expression of someone who had already read the script for this meeting and found several potential issues. Naruto stopped at the appropriate distance from the dais, not because he'd been briefed on the exact correct stopping point, Sif noted, but because he'd clearly assessed it himself and arrived at the same number, and looked up at Odin. "Allfather," he said. "Polite. Not warm, not cold." "Naruto Uzumaki," Odin said, and his voice in the throne room was what it was always designed to be in here, deep, resonant, filling the space completely. The voice of the age. "You have arrived in Asgard through the most ancient channels of summons that exist in the 9 realms. The Volva have confirmed your resonance with the primordial script. The Aldifox Stones have not responded to any living being in 9 centuries. A pause waited with accumulated time. By the law and custom of Asgard, this obligates certain questions." Naruto waited. "Who are you?" Odin asked. It was, Sif recognized, a much bigger question than it sounded. Naruto seemed to recognize this too. He was quiet for a moment, not uncomfortable quiet, but thinking quiet, the kind that meant he was choosing his words rather than scrambling for them. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "I'm the 7th Hokage of Konoha. I was the vessel for the 9-tailed fox for most of my life and became his partner before he died. I can tell you about the rest of what I am, but most of it only makes sense once you've got context." He paused. "What do you actually want to know?" The directness of it hit the throne room like a stone dropped in still water. Sif heard one of the Einherjar captains exhale very carefully. Odin regarded him. "You claim partnership with the 9-tailed beast?" "Not mastery. Mastery was what people tried before me." He said it without heat, just accuracy. It didn't work particularly well for anyone. Partnership worked better. "And this beast, Kurama, you called it, it is gone?" "He died," Naruto said. "In a war. Protecting me." Something moved across his face then, quick, but real, something that had clearly been lived through rather than processed at a comfortable distance. "I still carry his chakra. What's left of it." Odin was quiet for a moment, and in that quiet, Loki moved. Not dramatically. He uncrossed his arms and stepped forward from his position beside the throne, descending 2 of the 7 steps with the fluid ease of someone who had spent his entire life navigating the space between formal and informal and had never quite chosen a side. "Fascinating," Loki said, and his voice had the quality of someone who said fascinating quite frequently but meant it at varying levels of sincerity, and this time the sincerity level appeared to be genuinely high. "The chakra of the 9-tailed fox. That's the orange light, isn't it, from the grove last night? I thought it was rune resonance, but that was it, wasn't it? The actual life energy of a primordial creature." Naruto looked at him. "You're Loki." "I am," Loki agreed pleasantly. "And you were going to figure that out regardless of whether anyone told you, so I thought I'd save us both some time." He descended another step. "May I ask, can we see it? The chakra? I've read descriptions in the old texts, but descriptions are always so inadequate." "Loki," Odin said. "I'm asking nicely, father." Naruto looked at Loki for a moment with an expression that was doing something specific, that rapid assessment again, reading something in Loki's demeanor that went deeper than the performative charm. Then he said, "Sure," and held out one hand, palm up. The chakra came like sunrise. It rose from his palm in a soft, steady glow, that deep orange gold, warm as a living thing, curling slightly at the edges like flame that wasn't quite fire. It didn't burn the air around it. It didn't crackle or spark. It simply was, present and ancient and enormous in its implications even at this small demonstration, the way a single note from a very large instrument implied the full scale of what that instrument could do. Every Einherjar in the room straightened involuntarily. Thor's hand moved toward Mjolnir before he caught himself. Loki stood on the third step and stared at it with the expression he almost never showed publicly, actual, unguarded wonder, the look of a man who had encountered something entirely outside his existing maps and found it thrilling rather than threatening. Frigga watched from her sightline position with her hands still folded, and what her face did in that moment was complicated and private enough that only Sif, who had known her for centuries and knew exactly what to look for, caught any of it. Naruto closed his hand. The light went out. "That's roughly the minimum visible output," he said. In case anyone was wondering about scale. The silence that followed was the kind that has weight. Thor recovered first, which was typical of Thor. He descended the dais steps at a pace that was technically dignified and practically eager and stopped at the base with Mjolnir at his hip and his broad face arranged in the expression of someone trying to be diplomatic about a fight invitation. "You are a warrior, then," Thor said. "A great one, by the energy you carry. I would test that, if you're willing." "Thor," Sif said. "A friendly match," Thor said, with the confidence of a man for whom friendly had always meant "I still want to actually hit you." Naruto looked at him. Then back at Odin, briefly, then at Frigga. Then he smiled, and it was the same quick, real smile from the training ground, and he said, "Later. I've already got one scheduled for tonight." Thor looked at Sif. Sif met his gaze and said nothing. "Tonight?" Thor repeated. "Lady Sif," Naruto confirmed. "She called it first." Thor looked between them with an expression that was rotating rapidly through several emotional stops before landing on delighted. "Did she?" It was not a question. "The court's interest in combat demonstrations notwithstanding," Odin said, from the throne, cutting through with the practiced ease of a man who had been redirecting his son's enthusiasms for 1,000 years, "there are matters of protocol to address." He leaned forward slightly. "You arrived through the Aldifox Stones. The old law regarding arrivals through the primordial channels is clear. The arrival is under Asgard's hospitality and Asgard's oversight until the Allfather determines otherwise." "Oversight," Naruto repeated. "You will be accompanied by a member of the royal household or the Einherjar at all times. You will not access the Aldifox Grove without escort." "You will not, no," Naruto said. The word fell into the throne room with the casual, absolute quality of a stone wall. Everyone went very still. Odin's single eye held a particular quality that was the specific version of his attention that his enemies, historically, had found very uncomfortable. "No?" "Respectfully, no." Naruto's tone hadn't changed, still even, still direct, without performance. "I've been running a village for years. I know what oversight is a polite word for. You're not going to assign me a handler. You're not going to restrict my access to the grove that apparently called me here specifically." He paused. "I'm not a prisoner and I'm not a diplomatic asset and I'm not whatever magical creature you were hoping to have strategic access to. I'm a person who arrived somewhere unexpected and I'm trying to figure out why. That's going to go better if I'm not on a leash." The silence was very complete. Loki, on the steps, had pressed the back of his hand to his mouth, which Sif was fairly certain was concealing a smile. Odin was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the quiet itself became a kind of answer. "You understand," Odin said finally, carefully, "that you are in the hall of the Allfather. That the kings and queens of a dozen realms have stood where you stand and measured their words with great care." "I'm sure they have," Naruto said. But I'm not a king of another realm and I'm not here for a treaty negotiation. You wanted to meet me. We're meeting. A beat. What do you actually want to know about me that you haven't asked yet? Another long quiet. And then, against what appeared to be his better judgment, Odin said, "Sit down." Naruto looked around. There was no chair at this end of the throne room. One of the younger Einherjar, operating on instinct, retrieved a bench from a side alcove and placed it with admirable speed, then retreated looking like he wasn't sure whether he'd helped or caused a diplomatic incident. Naruto sat on the bench. Odin looked down at him from the throne. The geometry of it was entirely wrong for the dynamic it was supposed to create, because Naruto sat on the bench the way he sat on everything, like he'd chosen to be there rather than been placed there. "Tell me about the nine-tailed fox," Odin said. And Naruto talked. He talked for the better part of an hour. Not in the way of someone performing for a court, no embellishment, no carefully chosen details designed to impress. He talked the way he apparently did everything, directly and with the easy confidence of someone who had processed all of it enough times that it no longer needed to be handled carefully. He talked about Kurama, what it had meant to carry him, what it had taken to stop fighting him, what it had actually been like to become not a vessel but a partner, the way the dynamic had shifted over years from barely contained warfare to something that was as close to genuine friendship as a human and a primordial chakra entity could manage. He talked about the war. About what it had cost. He didn't make it dramatic. That was the thing. He said the hard parts plainly and kept moving, the way someone talked who had grief they had made peace with even if they had not made it small. Odin listened. Thor had moved to a seat on the lower steps and was listening with his chin on his hand and the focused expression he reserved for things that required him to actually absorb rather than react. Loki had drifted to a standing position near a column and was entirely still, which was unusual enough for Loki that it was itself a measure of engagement. Frigga hadn't moved from her position, but her eyes hadn't left Naruto since he sat down. "The Sage of Six Paths," Odin said, when Naruto had been quiet for a moment. "You received his power." Naruto looked at him steadily. "You know the name." "I know many names," Odin said, and there was something in his voice that was careful in a way it hadn't been before, the carefulness of someone navigating around a thing they'd rather not touch directly. "The being you describe, the originator of your world's chakra system, he is known in Asgardian cosmology. Under a different name. In very old texts." He paused. "The connection between your world and the Aldifox Grove may be less incidental than either of us assumed." Naruto was quiet for a moment. "You knew something was going to come through the stones when you activated them." "I hoped," Odin said. "I did not know." "What were you hoping for?" Odin looked at him for a long time. "Asgard faces pressures on several fronts. Old enemies, old wounds. I was hoping to understand the old alliance between Asgard and the primordial powers before those pressures became crises." "You wanted a weapon," Naruto said. "Not accusatory. Just naming it." "I wanted an ally," Odin said, and the distinction in his voice was deliberate. Whether it was true was a separate question. Naruto said, "I'm not a weapon. I've been down that road. It doesn't end well for the person holding the weapon or the person trying to aim it." He paused. "But I'm also not going home tomorrow, apparently. So." He looked around the room. "Let's figure out what this actually is." The feast that evening was Odin's idea, which probably meant it was Frigga's idea presented in a way that made Odin feel like he'd had it. Sif had seen this mechanism operate successfully for 1500 years and still found it quietly impressive. The feast was smaller than a formal occasion would warrant, not the full court, not the ceremonial hall, but the middle dining room that Asgardian protocol categorized as intimate by its standards, which meant only about 60 people, a table that seated 40 comfortably, and 6 courses that would have constituted a week's feasting anywhere outside of Asgard. Naruto sat at the midpoint of the table, which was not the highest honor position but was the most central, the place where conversations from both ends of the table could reach him. He wore the same clothes he'd arrived in, because nobody had managed to arrange Asgardian attire on short notice that would have fit him properly, and this turned out to be fine, or rather, it turned out to create the specific impression of someone who didn't need the costume to occupy a room. Volstagg had already decided he was magnificent and was telling him this at length and at volume from across the table, with the specific enthusiasm Volstagg brought to anyone who seemed like they might have good stories about food and battle, in that order. Fandral was attempting the measured, charming approach from the next seat over, though he had enough social intelligence to realize, partway through his opening conversational gambit, that the usual charm signals were landing differently than expected and had recalibrated. Hogan was eating and watching, which was Hogan's approach to everything. Sif sat further down the table and watched all of it and drank her wine and waited for the inevitable, which arrived approximately when Naruto was halfway through the second course. It came from a man named Aldrich. He was a senior commander in the Einherjar, a large and broadly capable warrior whose record in the field was genuinely impressive and whose behavior in court settings tended to run toward the testing variety. He had the particular characteristic of men who had fought hard for their rank and felt, at a bone-deep level, that anyone new to the room needed to be assessed for their threat level, and he did this assessment through the specific mechanism of attempting to embarrass them in front of company. Sif had watched him do it to 3 foreign dignitaries, 2 ambassadors, and 1 extremely unfortunate vulva scholar who'd had the misfortune of being both visibly intelligent and visibly humble in the same meeting. She had stopped at once, directly, and it had not endeared her to him. "You understand," Aldrich said, loudly enough for the nearest third of the table to hear, that the Einherjar trained for 3 centuries to earn their positions at Asgard's defense. That the warriors of this hall have faced threats that would turn the bravest mortal's blood to water. He looked down the table at Naruto with the particular expression of a man setting up a point. What qualifies a stranger, arrived without context, to sit at the Allfather's table as though he belongs there? The table went quiet in the specific way of people bracing for either conflict or deflection and being unsure which was coming. Naruto set down his fork. Looked at Aldrich for a moment with an expression that did not alter in any of the ways that would have signaled emotional reaction, no tightening, no flush, no carefully arranged neutrality that itself communicated discomfort. Just looked at him, the same way he looked at everything. "What's your name?" he said. Aldrich blinked. It was clearly not the response he'd been bracing for. "Aldrich. Senior Commander of the Eastern, how many wars have you fought in, Aldrich?" A pause. "4," Aldrich said, with the careful weight of a man who considered 4 a substantial number. "In the last great war in my world," Naruto said, "the full military forces of every nation on Earth combined against a force that could unmake reality. It lasted 3 days. I fought for all 3 of them." He picked up his fork again. "I sat at tables that felt like I didn't belong there my whole life. I ran out of caring about that a while back." He looked at Aldrich with something that was not hostility and not friendliness. Something more like honesty, clear and simple. "I'm sitting here because the Allfather's table was offered and refusing it would have been rude. That's the whole story." A beat. "Also the food is excellent," he added, and took a bite. Volstagg burst out laughing so abruptly that wine came out of his nose, which broke the table's tension completely. Thor was grinning. Fandral was looking at Naruto with the expression of someone revising his assessment upward. Even Hogan had put his eating on brief hold. Aldrich sat back. His expression was doing several things at once, none of them particularly comfortable, and Sif watched him work through them and come out the other side with his dignity technically intact but having lost something more important. Loki, 2 seats down from Sif, leaned slightly toward her and said, very quietly, "I like him." "You like anyone who does something you haven't seen before," Sif said. "Yes," Loki agreed, entirely unabashed. "I have excellent taste." After the second course, the conversation split and reformed into the smaller exchanges that characterized the middle part of any Asgardian feast, and Sif worked her way down the table until she was within speaking distance of Naruto without being obvious about it, which she did with the casual geography of someone who just happened to end up in a particular place. He noticed, because of course he did, but he let it be casual if that was how she wanted to play it. You handled Aldrich well, she said. He's not a bad person, Naruto said. He just has a lot of invested identity in a hierarchy, and he felt the hierarchy getting complicated. He poured himself water, looked at the wine she was drinking, and with the ease of someone asking an entirely obvious question, "Is that good?" "The wine?" "Yes. I'll try it." Mine was water by default. He flagged a server with the comfortable assurance of someone who had spent years being visible enough that servers found them easily, and had a cup of wine in front of him inside 30 seconds. He tried it, considered, and said, "Yeah, that's good." "You've been remarkably unbothered," Sif said, "by what is, objectively, a very destabilizing situation." "I've had more destabilizing situations." He set down the cup. "Early in my career, I went up against a man who was trying to start an apocalypse while simultaneously managing my own mental breakdown, an active war, and 3 separate betrayal crises. This is a feast where people keep bringing me food." She looked at him sidelong. "Is it ever going to bother you?" "What, this?" He glanced around the room, the feast, the people, the gold walls of Asgard. "Being here?" A pause. "Ask me in a week when I've figured out more of the context. Right now I'm still in the mode where I'm collecting information and keeping things light." "Keeping things light," she repeated. "If I let myself think too hard about the fact that I'm in a different cosmological plane than my village and I don't know if I can get back," he stopped. Let the sentence do what it did without completing it. "I'll think about that part later. Right now there's a feast and a sparring match I've been looking forward to." She held his gaze. There was something in what he'd just done, the opening, the brief glimpse of what was underneath the ease, that was more honest than most people managed in years of knowing someone. "Still tonight," she said. "The sparring. I didn't forget." He smiled. "I've been thinking about that shoulder tell all day." "I've been thinking about it too," she said, and meant it in a way that had more than one layer to it, which was unusual enough that she registered it happening in real time and noted it for later consideration. They fought in the main training yard by torchlight, after the feast. Sif had changed into full combat gear, real armor this time, not practice leathers, the fitted steel and silver plate that she'd worn in a dozen actual battles. Real sword, not the training blade. She was not interested in a performance. He arrived in the same clothes he'd been wearing all day. She looked at him. He looked at the armor, and his expression did the quick assessment thing that she was beginning to find she watched for. "Should I get armor?" he said. "If you need it," she said. He considered this with genuine seriousness for about 3 seconds. "Then, I won't." He reached up and cracked his knuckles with the casual preparation of someone warming up for something they'd done too many times to need ritual around. "Rules? First to yield or first to be unable to continue?" "First to yield," he repeated. "What does unable to continue look like?" "Unconscious. Immobile. Incapacitated." "Okay." He dropped into his stance, low center of gravity, weight forward slightly, hands loose. Not a stance she recognized from any formal system, but unmistakably something that had been built through enough actual fights that formality had been burned away and only what worked remained. "Your call." She came at him with the best she had. Not the testing sequence from the morning, everything. The combination that had put Asgardian warriors twice her size on the ground, the footwork she'd spent decades refining, the shoulder technique she'd been actively correcting all day since he'd named it. She gave him the full, real version of Sif in a fight, which was not a small thing. He moved like water moves, which was a cliché she'd always found inadequate until she actually saw what it described. He didn't block. He didn't retreat. He moved through her attacks the way a current moves through a narrow channel, not fighting the force but redirecting it, using her own motion to create angles she'd already committed to and couldn't change, appearing in positions she'd eliminated from her threat assessment a half second before arriving in them. She hit him once in the first 30 seconds. A solid strike, shoulder height, that he let land. He didn't move from it. She looked at him. I wanted to feel how hard you hit, he said simply. And? Very, he said, and something in his tone was genuine respect rather than flattery, which hit different. You're strong. Properly strong. You took it deliberately. Yes. Don't do that again, she said. If you take a hit from me, take it because you couldn't avoid it. Not to test something. He looked at her for a moment, and what moved through his eyes was something that acknowledged the request as the serious thing it was. All right. They went again. He stopped letting things land, and the fight became something else. She was fast, among the fastest in Asgard's warrior class, genuinely, she'd earned that without qualification, and he was faster. But it wasn't just speed. It was reading, the way he read her, the anticipatory awareness that turned her moves into things he was already positioned for. She had to stop executing combinations and start improvising in the middle of combinations, breaking her own patterns to try to generate something he hadn't predicted. It worked, 3 times in the first 5 minutes. She found angles that were new, lines that weren't built from her established patterns, and twice got close enough to feel the air change before he adjusted. He was grinning. Not in a goading way, in the way of someone having the kind of fight they didn't get to have very often. She felt it too, somewhere under the concentration and the effort. The particular aliveness of being tested by something real. At the 7-minute mark, he stopped. Not stopped as in yielded, stopped moving, stood in place, and said, "Can I show you something?" She held her sword ready. What? Your left side tell. It's not your shoulder. He stepped closer, which she let him do with the careful trust of someone who had just been in 7 minutes of genuine combat with a person and developed a sense of their intentions from it. It's your right foot. The shoulder drops after. The foot is the tell. If you can stop the foot, the shoulder fixes itself. She looked down at her right foot. Then back at him. How do you see that? I watch feet first, he said. Most people watch the weapon hand or the shoulders. Eyes tell you the plan. Feet tell you the commitment. She thought about that. Stood in place and walked through her pivot motion slowly, watching her own right foot. He was right. The micro-adjustment happened there first. Try it again, he said, stepping back. Left pivot, full weight. She did it. Focused on her right foot, on keeping its placement until the pivot completed rather than starting the lead before she was ready. It felt different. Smoother. The shoulder drop didn't happen. She looked at him. There it is, he said, and his tone was exactly the tone of someone who had just helped with something they found genuinely satisfying to help with. She lowered her sword slowly. The torchlight was orange across the training yard, and somewhere in the palace above them the sounds of the late feast were still drifting down, muffled and distant, and the night air was cool the way Asgard's nights were cool, not cold, just clean. Who taught you to fight? She asked. Too many people to list. He sat down on the stone wall she'd found him on the previous night, with the easy movement of someone winding down from effort rather than dropping from exhaustion. Not even breathing hard. The first person who taught me anything worth keeping was an old man who believed in me when nobody else did. He died before he saw what it led to. A pause. I think about him in fights sometimes. Not the technique. Just, he looked for the word. The feeling of having someone believe you'd get there. Sif was quiet for a moment. Then she sat down on the wall beside him, sword across her knees. In Asgard, she said, when you are the child of a distinguished lineage, there is always an expectation before there is a person. She looked at her sword's reflection in the polished blade. I spent 30 years making everyone acknowledge the warrior before they acknowledged the expectation. By the time I'd managed it, I'd forgotten how to be anything except the warrior. She wasn't sure why she'd said that. She reviewed the previous sentence and confirmed that she had, in fact, said it out loud. He didn't react with the discomfort people usually had when things got unexpectedly honest. He just nodded, with the attentiveness of someone who had heard it and was giving it its proper weight. I know what that's like, he said. Being one thing so hard that other things stop feeling possible. What stopped it for you? He thought about it. People who didn't care about the one thing, he said. People who only knew how to see all of it. A half smile. It took a while to believe they weren't wrong. The torches crackled. The night air moved through the training yard. You're nothing like what I expected, Sif said. She wasn't sure if it was a compliment. What did you expect? Something more, she gestured, vaguely, at the space he occupied. Monumental. The primordial fox. The ancient deity. The being the stones waited 900 years for. He looked at her, and the blue of his eyes in the torchlight was deep and slightly amused, and something else, something she didn't have a word for yet. And instead you got a Hokage who has opinions about ramen and noticed your footwork. And instead I got that, she confirmed. Does it disappoint you? The question was honest. Not fishing for reassurance, genuinely asking. No, she said. And that, also, she meant on more than one level, and she let herself notice that without doing anything about it. He nodded, accepting it, and looked back out at the yard, and they sat in a silence that was comfortable in the way silences are only comfortable when something has been established underneath the conversation, something that doesn't need to be named yet. Loki found him an hour later, in the library. He'd slipped in through the door that wasn't officially a library entrance, which confirmed for Loki several things he'd already suspected about the newcomer's nighttime habits. He was standing in front of the restricted archives, not the general collection, the restricted archives, the ones behind the ward-sealed gates, looking at the seal with an expression that was professionally curious rather than acquisitive. Those are sealed, Loki said. I can see that. Naruto turned from the archive gates and leaned against the wall beside them with his arms folded. You're here late. I'm here at exactly the right time, Loki said, closing the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. I wanted to speak with you without audience. I figured. You figured. Loki tipped his head. You see quite a lot, don't you? I've been around enough complicated people to recognize the signs. Am I complicated? You're the smartest person in most rooms and you've spent your life deciding whether that's something to use for yourself or give away, Naruto said. Yeah, I'd call that complicated. Loki was quiet for a moment. The library at night was vast and warm, the thousands of books and scrolls breathing out accumulated age and knowledge in a way that was almost physical. You didn't answer my father's question honestly, Loki said. In the throne room. When he asked what you are. I answered one version of it. Yes. Loki looked at him. What's the other version? Naruto met his gaze. The other version is that I'm someone the Nine Tails chose as a partner, who was then chosen by the Sage of Six Paths as a vessel for his will, who apparently got chosen by stones in a different dimension for a reason I haven't figured out yet. Something moved through his expression that was more honest than it looked casual. I've been chosen by a lot of things. I'm still trying to figure out which ones I chose back. Loki stared at him. That, Loki said, after a moment, is the most interesting thing anyone has said to me in approximately 200 years. Naruto looked back at the sealed archive. What's in there? The primordial script translations. Partial. Also the original records of the last time the Aldifox Stones activated. Loki paused. Also certain family records that are complicated. The Grove records are in there? The most complete ones, yes. Naruto looked at the seal for a moment. Then he looked at Loki. Loki held his gaze for 3 seconds, reading something in it. Then he said, with the careful air of a man making a decision he'll probably enjoy and possibly regret, I can open it. I know, Naruto said. I was waiting to see if you'd offer. The smile that Loki produced then was the real one, not the court version, not the performance, but the one that reached his eyes and made him look, briefly, like what he might have been in a world that hadn't required him to build so many walls around everything genuine. I think, Loki said, opening the seal with a gesture, this is the beginning of a very productive acquaintance. Naruto pushed off the wall and followed him into the restricted archive, and the night deepened around Asgard's palace, and somewhere in the Aldifox Grove the stones stood silent and patient, their runes dim, their purpose satisfied for now, like a door that had opened and was content to wait and see who would walk back through it. Chapter 3, The Grave Queen's Bargain. The archive smelled like centuries. That was the first thing, old parchment and cold stone, and something underneath both of those, a mineral sharpness like the inside of a cave that had never seen sunlight. The restricted section ran deeper than the public library, descending 2 floors below the main hall through a passage that widened unexpectedly into a vaulted chamber the size of a small cathedral, its walls lined floor to ceiling with shelves, its ceiling lost in shadow. Loki moved through it with the ease of someone who had been here many times through means that the seal was technically supposed to prevent. He didn't explain this and Naruto didn't ask. The Fox records were in the back third of the chamber, in a section marked with carved rune pillars, smaller versions of the Aldifox stones, Naruto noticed, maybe a quarter the height, but carved with the same script. The same heartbeat quality to the silence around them, though much quieter. Like the Grove stones were the voice and these were the memory. He ran his hand along the spines of the scroll cases without touching any of them, reading the labels Loki translated in a running murmur beside him. First activation record, roughly 4,000 years ago. Second activation, 2,200 years ago. Third, Loki paused at one case, tilted his head. Third activation, 940 years ago. The last one before yours. He pulled the case carefully from the shelf. The record of what came through. Who came through? Naruto said. Loki opened the case and unrolled the first scroll with the practiced care of someone who had handled old texts enough to have an instinct for their fragility. He read silently for a moment, his expression cycling through several states, and then he looked up. No one, he said. Naruto looked at him. Nothing came through, Loki said, turning the scroll so Naruto could see the illustrations, meticulous line drawings of the grove, the stones blazing, and the center of the circle empty. The stones activated fully. The convergence was complete. And whatever was called didn't arrive. He scanned further down. The Volva at the time interpreted it as a refusal. The primordial fox, rejecting the summons. Or the person being summoned had already died, Naruto said. Loki looked at him. That's a more interesting interpretation. 940 years ago, Naruto said, almost to himself. He pulled chakra sense inward and let it expand outward instead, the way he did when he was reading a place for something beyond the visible. The restricted archive responded like a plucked string, a low resonance, old and patient, coming from the direction of the rune pillars. The stones are connected to something. Not just to the grove, not just to Asgard. He paused. They're connected to something underneath. Underneath Asgard, Loki said. Underneath everything. Naruto lowered his hand. Hela's domain borders this, doesn't it? Hell. The name did something to the air in the archive that was subtle and unmistakable. Not the stones responding, something else. Something that was already there, already listening, that the name activated the way a key activates a lock. Loki went very still. Yes, he said carefully. She would know about the last activation, Naruto said. If something was supposed to come through and didn't, the threshold between worlds is her territory. She'd have records the archive here doesn't. Loki was quiet for a moment that was longer than his usual thoughtful pauses. Hela is exiled, he said. She does not communicate with Asgard. But she hears things. She hears everything that dies. A pause. That's not a metaphor. I know. Naruto looked at the rune pillars, at the faint resonance still moving through the air. She's already heard about me. Loki opened his mouth. Closed it. You're certain? The stones activated. The fox chakra lit up the grove. If she governs death and the threshold and she can hear everything that crosses into her domain, he met Loki's gaze. She knew I was here before anyone in the palace did. The archive was very quiet. Then, from somewhere that was not any specific point in the room but seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, the temperature dropped 3 degrees in the span of a single breath. Loki took 1 step back. Naruto didn't move. It wasn't a physical arrival. It was more like a presence that had been at a distance choosing to stop maintaining that distance, a pressure change, a deepening of the shadows, and then a voice that came from exactly nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, low and precise and carrying the absolute composure of someone who had spent centuries in a place where composure was the only currency that mattered. You've been in Asgard for less than a day, the voice said, and you're already reading the restricted archive by unauthorized access and making correct deductions about my attention. I'm either impressed or annoyed. I haven't decided. Loki had pressed himself against the nearest bookshelf with an expression that was trying to be dignified and wasn't quite managing it. Naruto turned toward the direction the voice felt like it came from, which was a corner of the archive near the rune pillars, a pool of shadow that was slightly denser than the surrounding dark, and addressed it directly. You could have just sent a message. A pause. I could have. Something moved in the shadow. Not physically, but the quality of it shifted, the way light shifts underwater. I preferred to see how you reacted to the direct approach. And? You didn't flinch. I've had things a lot more alarming than a voice in a library, he said. No offense. Another pause, longer. When the voice came again, it was, not warmer, exactly, but differently calibrated. Like something that had expected a performance and received plain speech and was recalculating accordingly. The stones called you, Hela said. I want to understand why. So do I, Naruto said. That makes 2 of us. You want to compare notes or keep communicating through atmospheric effects? The shadow moved again, and this time it moved with intention, pooling and deepening, and then Hela was there. Not fully. She wasn't crossing into Asgard, the terms of her exile were absolute in certain structural ways that not even she had found workarounds for. But she was present in the way that the most powerful threshold entities could be present, at the edge, 1 foot in her own domain, the communication not quite an arrival and not quite a vision but something between the two that filled the corner of the archive with the reality of her. She was taller than Naruto had pictured from Loki's descriptions. Not massive, not the exaggerated enormity of myth, but tall in the way that presence made people tall, the way certain people occupied their full height without reservation. Her hair was dark, pulled back severely, and the right side of her face, the death side, the half that reflected what she was and what she governed, was the distinctive color of Helheim's pallor, that cold gray blue, with the veining of ancient power running beneath the surface like fault lines in stone. Her eyes were green. Not Loki's green, not the particular shade of ambition and intelligence that characterized his. Colder than that. The green of deep water in a place where light didn't reach. She looked at Naruto with those eyes, and the look was comprehensive and unsentimental, the look of someone who had spent eternity receiving the dead and had therefore seen every possible permutation of what a person was underneath the things they showed the world. The fox, she said. Out loud this time, in person, a different experience than the disembodied voice. More present. More weight. Naruto, he said. And you're Hela. I know who I am, she said. Good, me too. We've established that. He tilted his head slightly. The last activation of the stones, 940 years ago. Nothing came through. You know why. Something moved across her expression that was quick enough to almost miss. You waste no time. I'm in a borrowed dimension with no timeline and no map, he said. Time wasting seems like a bad strategy. Hela looked at him for a long moment. Then she moved, not toward him, parallel, the way people moved when they were deciding how much of a space to share, and stopped near the rune pillars, where the resonance in the archive was strongest. She studied them with an expression that was not quite the careful blankness she'd worn when she first appeared. 940 years ago, she said, Asgard faced a catastrophe that it has largely removed from its official records. A pause. There was a war. Not with an external enemy. Internal. A succession conflict that nearly destroyed the royal line and left fractures in the cosmic infrastructure of the 9 realms that have never fully healed. She turned. My father placed his hands on the Aldifox stones during that crisis. The stones responded. But what they called could not arrive through a world in that level of fracture. The infrastructure was too damaged, Naruto said. The passage requires stability on both ends. She looked at the rune pillars. The primordial channels need the world they're reaching into to be coherent enough to receive. 940 years ago, Asgard wasn't. And now it is. Now it is. A pause. Mostly. Naruto filed that mostly away. What's the fracture now? She looked at him, and the green eyes did something complicated. You're asking me to give you Asgard's vulnerabilities within 24 hours of your arrival. I'm asking because whatever was broken 900 years ago is still broken, and if the stones called me here anyway it's because the fracture is the reason, not an obstacle. He held her gaze. And because you came here, which cost you something, operating this close to the border of your exile, which means you're not just observing. You have a stake in the answer. Loki, from his position against the bookshelf, was completely silent. He had the look of a man watching something he very much wanted to take notes on. Hela was quiet for a longer moment than anything she'd done so far. The cold in the archive had stabilized at the lower temperature, and the rune pillars were doing something subtle, the faintest orange at the base of their carvings, responding to the conversation the way a fire responds to a wind it finds agreeable. The fracture, she said finally, is between life and death. She told it plainly, the way Naruto had told his own history, without performance, without the embellishment of someone who wanted their story to land a particular way. She had the bluntness of someone who had been outside the audience for long enough that she'd stopped caring about reception. The succession conflict 9 centuries ago had damaged more than Asgard's political stability. The weapons used in it, seer working of a scale that hadn't been attempted before or since, had torn holes in the membrane between the living realms and Hell's domain. Not large holes. Not the kind that let things through. But holes that changed the fundamental relationship between the two, that made the boundary thinner in certain places, that created instabilities in the cosmic infrastructure that sustained both. Since then, Hela said, her domain had been growing. Not through conquest. Through structural failure, the way a flood doesn't choose where it goes where the barriers are weakest. Dead things that should have passed through and moved on were getting caught in the thin places. The energy of endings was accumulating rather than cycling. And slowly, at a rate that had been unnoticeable for the first 300 years and was now visible to anyone who knew where to look, the boundary was eroding. What happens when it fails completely? Naruto asked. The dead and the living stop being separate categories, she said. Not in the mystical sense. In the structural one. The energy that sustains living things runs through cycles, it moves from life to death to life again, the way water moves through rain and rivers and ocean. If the boundary fails, the cycle stops. The energy pools in my domain and the living realms, she paused. Starve isn't the right word. Stagnate. And Odin knows this? Naruto said. My father, Hela said, and the word was precise and uninflected in a way that implied a whole history of complicated feeling compressed into controlled neutrality, knows more about it than he has chosen to address. Addressing it would require acknowledging the succession war, which is one of the things he has preferred to keep removed from the historical record. Because it implicates him. She looked at him. He's not a bad king, she said, after a moment, and the effort in saying that was visible. He's a king who made decisions that cost more than he wanted to pay and has been living around those costs ever since. A pause. The stones calling you here, the primordial fox, the balance archetype, the entity whose entire purpose in the old lore is the mediation between extremes, she tilted her head. My father is smarter than most people give him credit for. He knows what he actually asked the stones for. He called something that could fix it, Naruto said. He called something that could fix it, she confirmed. Whether he's willing to do the work to enable that fixing is a different question. Naruto was quiet for a moment, running through what she'd said and what she hadn't. Outside the archive, Asgard was night-deep and quiet, the palace settling into its late hours, and the distance between this room and all of that felt larger than its physical measurement. Why did you come personally, he said. Hela looked at him. You could have sent this information, he said. Through Loki, through the stones, through any number of channels. You're at the edge of your exile limit right now, I can see the strain of it. He met her gaze. Why come yourself? The question sat in the air. She held his gaze with the green and cold eyes, and for a moment she was very still in the way she'd been still from the beginning, completely controlled, completely composed. Then, I wanted to see you. Not the arrival. Not the fox. Not whatever the stones called. She held his gaze when she said it, and it was entirely plain. The last 900 years, she said, I have had extremely limited new information. My domain does not change. The dead do not have new perspectives. The exile does not allow for novelty. Something moved through her expression that was deeply unwilling to be visible and was visible anyway. You are genuinely new. Naruto held her gaze for a moment and didn't say anything, and the not saying anything was deliberate, giving her what she'd just shown the proper weight without turning it into something she'd regret. Then, I'd like to see your domain, he said. The archive went very still. Loki said, in a very careful voice, that's traditionally inadvisable, Hela finished. Impossible for most beings. The passage requires either death or explicit invitation from the ruler of the domain. She paused. I am the ruler of the domain. So invite me, Naruto said. The threshold between Asgard and Hell, at its nearest point, was a place in the rock below the palace's deepest foundations, a chamber that predated the palace by enough centuries to make the palace feel young, carved from the native stone of the plateau, its walls smooth with the passage of something that wasn't wind or water. Hela led. Loki followed with the expression of a man who was extremely interested in this and aware that his interest was probably not wise. Naruto walked between them and observed the way the stone changed as they descended, the golden warm Asgardian quality draining out of it, the temperature dropping, the quality of the silence shifting from the inhabited quiet of a building at night to something older and emptier. You should know, Loki said, as they reached the lowest passage, that no living Asgardian has entered Hell and returned in recorded history. Noted, Naruto said. I mention it not to discourage you, I know. You mention it because you want to see what I do with the information. Naruto glanced back at him. You're coming too. Loki looked momentarily caught. You're not going to miss this. A pause. Obviously not, Loki agreed. Hela stopped at the end of the passage where the stone wall was unmarked and apparently solid. She pressed her palm flat against it and the wall responded to her the way the archive seal had responded to Loki, immediate, total, the opening of something that had been waiting for this specific touch. Beyond the wall was not a passage but a transition, the kind that didn't look like much and felt like everything, a step across a threshold that the body registered as a full sensory reset. Naruto stepped through first. Hell was not what the stories described. He'd expected darkness, or oppressive cold, or the kind of landscape that performed death for an audience. What he got was something more honest than that, a vast, flat country under a sky that had no sun and no stars, lit by a sourceless gray-blue luminescence that came from everywhere and nowhere, the light of a place that didn't need the ordinary instruments of illumination. The ground was stone, ancient and smooth, and in every direction the landscape extended without horizon into that sourceless glow. It was quiet. Not silent, there was a sound, pervasive and low, that wasn't quite wind and wasn't quite voices. The sound of accumulated presence, of a place that held everything that had passed through it. The dead were not immediately visible. This surprised him. He'd expected, "They're here," Hela said, from beside him. "You'll perceive them in a moment. Your senses need to calibrate to the domain." He did the thing he did when adjusting to a new environment's energy, opened his chakra awareness gently, not pushing, letting it expand the way a breath expanded rather than the way a struck drum expanded. Let the domain's particular frequency register. And then he saw them. Not as solid forms, as presences, occupying the space the way warmth occupied a room. Thousands of them, arranged in the landscape's geometry, going still with the awareness of something unusual in their midst. "Something living," one of them said, not quite in words but in the way the air shifted. "Something very living," said another. Naruto felt the chakra on him respond, that deep orange gold, running through him in response to the domain's particular quality the way two different instruments responded to the same acoustic space. Not agitated. Just present. Hela was watching him. "It doesn't bother you," she said. "Death?" He looked out at the landscape. "I've been next to it enough times. It stopped feeling like the worst thing." A pause. "The people who died that I couldn't save, that was worse than death itself. The dying was just the ending. The before part is what stayed." She was quiet for a moment. "Most living beings who perceive my domain clearly experience significant distress." "I'm not most living beings," he said, without arrogance, just accuracy. "And this place isn't distressing. It's," he looked for the word. "Heavy. In the way a good night's sleep is heavy." Like everything that kept moving finally stopped. Hela looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen from her yet, the composure still present, the control still absolute, but underneath it something that was almost entirely unguarded. The look of someone hearing themselves described accurately in terms they hadn't found themselves. "Yes," she said quietly. "That's exactly what it is." They walked. Loki drifted slightly behind them, close enough to hear, far enough to be clear that this particular conversation had a natural geometry that didn't include him, and Naruto noticed and appreciated this precision. Loki's social intelligence, he'd decided, was genuine rather than performed. He read rooms at the same speed Naruto read fights. "The fracture," Naruto said, as they walked. "Show me where it is." Hela led him north, or what served as north in a domain without compass points, a direction she knew with the certainty of absolute ownership. After a distance that the landscape made difficult to measure, she stopped. He felt it before he saw it. A place where the heavy, settled quality of hell's atmosphere went wrong, a vibration at the wrong frequency, a place where the stone was different under his feet, where the sourceless glow had a quality of strain to it, like a seam under too much pressure. He crouched down and put his hand flat to the ground. The chakra read it immediately. Old damage, deep damage, the kind that had been loading stress for centuries the way geological formations loaded stress before earthquakes. The membrane between domains here was, he searched for the right analogy, not cracked but fatigued. Metal that had been bent too many times in the same place. Still holding, but the holding itself was taking more energy than it should have, and every year the energy requirement increased. "How many of these are there?" he said. 43 that I've mapped," Hela said. "Likely more that are too deep to access." He stood. Pressed the chakra out gently into the fault, the way you'd press a hand against a strained muscle to understand its shape. The fault responded. Not to him specifically, to the fox chakra. The primordial energy resonated with something in the structure of the damage, and for a moment he felt it, the whole map of the fracture, all 43 fault lines and the ones below them, the full architecture of 9 centuries of accumulated strain. It lasted about 3 seconds and then the sensation passed and left him with a complete and detailed knowledge he hadn't had before. He stood quietly for a moment, processing it. "You felt the whole thing," Hela said. It wasn't a question. "The fox's chakra is a primordial force," he said. "Old enough to interact with the domain's foundational structure." He turned to face her. "I can fix this." The silence that followed was the kind that had mass. "You," Hela started. "Not immediately. Not alone. And it'll take time, this is 9 centuries of accumulated damage, not a single wound. But the fox chakra can interface with the membrane directly. It's the right frequency." He paused. "The stones called me here for this. Not as a weapon. Not as an ally for Odin's political concerns. This is what the balance archetype means, literally, structurally. The mediation between life and death." Hela was looking at him with an expression he was beginning to understand was what she looked like when something was happening that mattered to her more than she'd prepared for. The composure was intact, completely, professionally intact, but the quality of her attention had shifted into something that was less assessment and more something else. "If you can do this," she said carefully, "the implications for my domain are significant," he agreed. "For Asgard as well." "For the 9 realms," he said. "All of them." Another long quiet. The grey-blue light of hell moved around them, and the presences of the dead observed from their distances with the patient curiosity of beings who no longer had anything to lose by waiting. "What do you want in return?" she said. He looked at her. "Why does there have to be something in return?" "There is always something in return." Her voice was flat with the certainty of long experience. "Every exchange in every realm I have ever interacted with, then I'm something new," he said, simply. Her eyes held his. The green was very still. "I'm not doing this as a transaction," he said. "I'm doing it because it needs doing and I'm apparently the only thing that can. That's enough reason." A pause. "It's always been enough reason." The thing that moved across Hela's face in that moment was something she clearly hadn't expected to feel, didn't have a prepared container for, and was manifesting anyway despite everything her centuries of controlled composure could do about it. It lasted 3 seconds and then the composure came back, complete and seamless. But he'd seen it. And she knew he'd seen it, which was, from the slight shift in her expression, both uncomfortable and, somewhere underneath the discomfort, something else entirely. "We should return," she said. "Your presence in this domain will have been felt. My father will want to know what you found." "Agreed." He glanced back at Loki, who was leaning against nothing in the middle of Hell's grey landscape with his arms crossed, wearing the expression of someone who had just witnessed several things they would be thinking about for a very long time. "Ready?" "Absolutely," Loki said, with the quality of someone who meant it on at least 3 different levels. The threshold back was the same as the passage in, a step, a sensory reset, and then the cold stone of Asgard's deep foundations, warmer than hell and enormously solid after the immensity of that grey sky. Hela's presence crossed to the boundary and stopped, the exile's limit, the line she couldn't cross without structural consequences that went beyond simple prohibition. She stood at the threshold with the absolute stillness of someone who had learned to occupy the exact amount of space they were allowed without leaning. Naruto turned to look at her from the Asgardian side of the line. "I'll come back," he said. "You don't need to commit to that." "I'm not committing," he said. "I'm telling you what's going to happen." He met her gaze. "I'll need to map all 43 fault lines before I can start. That's going to take several sessions. Is that going to be a problem on your end?" She held his gaze for a moment. "No," she said. "It won't be a problem." "Good." A pause. "For what it's worth, your domain isn't what I expected either." Her eyes did something careful. What did you expect? Something designed to intimidate, he said. What I got was something honest. He looked back, briefly, at the threshold. It suits you. The silence that stretched between them after that was a different kind from all the previous silences. Not loaded, not charged in the way of things about to break, more like the quiet of two things that had found the same frequency and were deciding what to do about it. Naruto Uzumaki, she said, and his name in her voice had a quality it hadn't had when Odin said it or when Sif said it, something that came from the specific register of a being who was used to knowing true names, who was careful about using them. Hela, he said back, at the same register. She held his gaze for one more moment and then the presence withdrew, not like a door closing but like the tide moving, natural and complete, and the passage was just cold stone again. Loki stood beside Naruto in the passage and said nothing for a moment that was unusual in its completeness. You realize, he said finally, that no living person has had a voluntary, bilateral conversation with the ruler of Hell in recorded Asgardian history. I figured it was something like that. And you went anyway. Someone needed to. Naruto started back up the passage toward the palace. Also she asked. Loki fell into step beside him, and the thoughtful quality on his face was the one that meant he was working through several things simultaneously, connecting nodes in some internal map. She didn't ask, Loki said. She said she wanted to see you. She let you draw the rest of the conclusion. Naruto glanced at him sideways. You caught that. I catch everything. A pause. She hasn't done that in, Loki shook his head slightly. I don't know. I'm not sure she's ever done that. Done what? Let someone draw the conclusion. He looked at Naruto. Hela communicates in absolute statements. She says what she means and exactly as much of it as she chooses to say. She doesn't leave openings. That's a deliberate strategic choice that has served her extremely well for several centuries. A pause. She left you one. Naruto walked in silence for a moment. Yeah, he said. They climbed the rest of the passage without talking about it further, which was its own kind of acknowledgement. The palace was deep in its nighttime quiet by the time they surfaced through the lower levels, the corridors lit by bank torches, the guards making their rounds in the rhythm of a place that had settled into sleep. At the base of the east wing stairs, Loki stopped. I'll say one thing, he said, and his tone had dropped the performative note entirely, landing in something genuine. What you found in her domain, the fracture. My father has known about it for 200 years. Naruto looked at him. He had 3 separate vulva teams assess it, Loki said. All 3 concluded it was reparable in theory and irreparable in practice because nothing with the right energy signature existed in the 9 realms to interface with the membrane. He held Naruto's gaze. He put his hands on the Aldifox stones 2 weeks ago. He spoke the summons. And you arrived. A pause. Whatever else he is, he's not stupid. He knew what he was looking for. But he didn't tell me, Naruto said. He wanted to assess you first, Loki said. To see if you were something he could manage. The green eyes were honest and slightly tired. That's how he operates. He assesses. He waits. He moves when he knows the variables. A pause. He hasn't accounted for you yet. Naruto climbed 1 step. Stopped. Looked back at Loki. What about you? Have you accounted for me? Loki considered this with genuine seriousness. Then, I don't think you're accountable for, he said. Which is, for what it's worth, a category I find considerably more interesting than the other kind. Naruto held his gaze for a moment. Nodded once. Get some sleep, he said. We're going to have a complicated conversation with your father tomorrow. Loki said, and the word had the quality of something being tried on and found to fit. Unless you'd rather not. I'll be there, Loki said. He turned toward the corridor. Paused without looking back. She was watching you the whole time you were in the domain, you know. Not observing. Watching. There's a distinction. He was gone before Naruto could respond, which was probably deliberate. Naruto climbed the stairs to his chamber, and the palace was quiet around him, and outside his window the training ground was silver with the light of Asgard's moon, the same stone wall he'd sat on twice now in less than 2 days. He sat on the edge of his bed and pressed his hand flat to the floor, letting the chakra settle, feeling the faint distant hum of the fault lines through 40 stories of stone. 43 fault lines, maybe more. 9 centuries of damage. A domain that was growing past its boundaries with the patient inevitability of water finding low ground. He could fix it. He could feel it the way he could feel the possibility of any solution to any large and complex problem, not simple, not fast, but possible in the specific way that things were possible when you had the right tool and were willing to do the work. He thought about Hela at the threshold. The green eyes and the composed face and the 3 seconds when something genuine had crossed both. He thought about Sif on the wall, and the shoulder tell, and the way she'd sat beside him in a silence that had been entirely comfortable. He thought about Frigga's "you're smarter than you're letting on," and the way she'd looked at him from across the feast table with the particular quality of attention of someone who was being very careful and very thorough. And then, because it was very late and he had a complicated conversation with the Allfather in his immediate future, he lay back on the enormous carved bed and closed his eyes and let Asgard's night do what nights were supposed to do. The chakra in him ran low and warm, the way embers ran low, not going out, just resting. Patient. Old. And exactly where it was supposed to be. Chapter 4, What Breaks and What Doesn't. Morning in Asgard came with intention. The light didn't creep in the way it did in places that were modest about their own beauty. It arrived, gold and deliberate, cutting across the mountain peaks and hitting the palace's eastern face at an angle that turned every window into something that belonged in a temple. The training grounds caught it first, the packed earth going amber, the weapon racks throwing long shadows across the yard. Naruto was already there. He'd been up for an hour, running through forms that had no Asgardian equivalent, sequences that came from a dozen different teachers, blended over years of fights and adaptations until they were entirely his own. Not warming up, exactly. More like the thing he did when his head needed to get quiet before a difficult conversation. Movement as meditation, the body doing something familiar while the mind worked through the unfamiliar. He was thinking about Odin. Not with anger. Not with apprehension. With the specific quality of attention he brought to complex opponents, mapping what he knew, identifying the gaps, deciding how to approach a person who was simultaneously an asset and an obstacle and genuinely believed himself to be neither. Loki had given him the essential thing last night. Odin knew about the fracture. Had known for 200 years. Had tried to address it through conventional means, failed, and then gone to the most unconventional option available, the primordial summons, without being honest about why. Which meant the conversation this morning was going to require him to put something on the table that Odin hadn't put there himself. He was still working through the best approach when he heard footsteps on the training ground's stone border. He finished the sequence he was in, a full rotation, low sweep, redirect into a standing lock that he released into open air, and straightened. Sif was there, in full armor again, but standing still this time rather than coming in ready. She had her arms crossed and was watching him with the focused expression he was beginning to recognize as her "I am paying attention to something I find technically interesting" look, distinct from her "I am assessing a potential threat" look, which was similar but had a different quality around the eyes. "Those aren't any form I recognize," she said. "They're not from here. I know. I've studied every formal combat system in the 9 realms. None of them move like that." She tilted her head. "It's efficient. There's nothing in it that isn't necessary. That's what happens when the decorative parts get knocked off over time," he said. "I know. You know. Loki came by earlier." Naruto picked up the water skin he'd left on the wall and drank, watching her over it. "He's going to be there too." Sif made a small sound that conveyed several things about Loki simultaneously without committing to any of them specifically. Is there anything I should know before the meeting? He considered her. The directness of the question, the fact that she was asking it, she was trying to be useful, he realized. Not performing the role of palace guard or royal escort. Actually trying to help navigate something she'd understood was complex. The distinction mattered. Odin knows more about why I'm here than he said, Naruto told her. I'm going to surface that in the meeting. It's going to make things uncomfortable. She was quiet for a moment. He won't appreciate being cornered. I'm not going to corner him. I'm going to give him the choice to be honest. A pause. Those are different things. She looked at him steadily. And if he chooses not to be? Then I'll be honest without him. He set the water skin down. The thing I need to fix doesn't require his permission. It only requires access to the domain boundary. And I've already been invited there. Sif went still in a very specific way. The way she went still when a piece of information landed that was larger than its delivery had implied. You went to hell, she said. Last night. With Loki. He let me into the archive first. Hela found us there. He watched her process this. She's not what the official account describes. You met Hela, Sif said again, as if saying it a second time might make the information settle into a more reasonable shape. You met the exiled ruler of the dead, in person, on your second night in Asgard. She came to me first, he said. Though I was going to find a way to her anyway. The archive pointed clearly enough. Sif stopped. Rubbed her face with one hand in a gesture that was entirely unguarded and entirely human and looked nothing like a senior warrior of Asgard's royal household. Of course it did, she said, mostly to herself. Of course you spent your second night having a bilateral conversation with the ruler of the dead. She lowered her hand and met his eyes, and something in her expression was caught between exasperation and something that wasn't quite amusement but was adjacent to it. Do you do this everywhere you go? Do what? Walk into the most dangerous situation available and come back with new information and no injuries. He thought about it genuinely. Mostly, yes. She stared at him. It's not recklessness, he said. I do the threat assessment. The math just usually comes out the same way, the thing everyone's avoiding is the thing that has the answer. He paused. And Hela wasn't dangerous. Not to me. She is the ruler of death, Sif said, with the deliberate patience of someone explaining something to a person they've decided needs it explained. She's a person who has been alone for 900 years in a domain that's been getting damaged since before she arrived there, he said. She came to the archive because she wanted information, yes. But also because, he stopped, deciding how much to say. Sif was watching him with the look that read things accurately. Because she's been alone for a very long time, she finished quietly. He nodded. The training ground was fully lit now, morning having committed entirely to being present, and somewhere above them the palace was coming alive with its daytime rhythms. Sif stood in the center of the yard in her full armor and looked at him with an expression that had several layers to it, all of them visible and none of them simple. You see people very clearly, she said. When I pay attention. You always pay attention. Not always, he said. I'm better at it than I used to be. He picked up the water skin again. I missed a lot when I was young because I was too busy wanting to be seen to actually do the seeing. A pause. Took me a while to understand those are different directions. Sif was quiet for a moment. Then, the meeting is at the second hour. You should eat something beforehand. Is that an offer? It's a statement of practical fact. The Allfather's conversations run long when they're difficult and the palace kitchens close their breakfast service at the first hour. He smiled. So, an offer. An observation, she said, already turning toward the palace, and the way she said it, crisp and slightly too quick, told him she was aware the distinction had collapsed. The Great Hall has good bread in the mornings. He followed her, and said nothing about the distinction, which she seemed to appreciate. The Great Hall at breakfast was a different creature from its feast night self. Loud, unself-conscious, warriors and palace staff and minor nobles all mixed together in the way that happened when ceremony hadn't yet imposed itself on the day. Volstagg was at a table near the center, working through a plate of food that suggested he'd been there since before sunrise. Fandral was charming someone across the table with practiced ease. Hogan was eating with the focused economy of a man who considered breakfast a logistical problem to be solved. They arrived at the table and Volstagg immediately started moving dishes to make room with the hospitable efficiency of someone for whom there was always space if you wanted it. "The fox," Volstagg said, which had apparently become his address of choice, delivered with zero irony and complete warmth. "Sit, sit. You need to try the morning bread, it's Asgardian grain, you won't have had anything like it. Also the preserved berries, they're Vanaheim-sourced, Hogan brought them back last season." "Volstagg," Hogan said. "I'm making an introduction, you're making a catalogue," Fandral said pleasantly. "Which is different?" He looked at Naruto with the assessing friendliness of someone who had recalibrated twice already and was now genuinely interested rather than performing interest. "How did you sleep?" "New place, different, everything." "Fine," Naruto said, and meant it. He sat down and tried the bread, which was dense and slightly sweet and very good, and said so, which made Volstagg look vindicated. "The meeting with Odin this morning," Fandral said, more quietly, "and the conversation at the nearby tables was loud enough to make this a private exchange if you kept it low. Word travels in the palace. Whatever it's about, it's not a standard welcome the arrival session." "No," Naruto agreed. "Is there anything, I'll handle it." He said it without curtness, just with the easy confidence of someone who had calibrated their own capacity accurately. "If it becomes something that needs more people, I'll say so." Fandral studied him for a moment, then nodded with the respect of a man who could identify the genuine article when it was in front of him. Sif had taken the seat across from Naruto rather than her usual position further down the table, and she was eating with the focused efficiency of someone on a schedule, but she was also tracking the conversation around the table with the ambient awareness of a person who processed their environment constantly. She caught his eye across the table once, briefly, and the look said, "Note the dynamics, they're with you, clean and efficient and delivered entirely without words." He noted it. The throne room at the second hour was smaller in its occupancy than the previous morning. Odin had trimmed it down, no full court, no ceremonial Einherjar formation, just 6 guards at the standard positions and a handful of senior advisors at the room's edges. Frigga was there, this time at Odin's right hand on the dais rather than off to the side, and the choice of position was either symbolic or strategic or both. Loki was there, near the dais base, and his posture had the particular quality of someone who was ready for several different versions of the next hour. Thor was absent, which probably meant Odin had told him to be absent, which said something about how Odin was treating the meeting's likely tone. Naruto walked the processional corridor and stopped at the appropriate distance and looked up at the throne. Odin had Gungnir again. Different grip this morning, not ceremonial upright, but rested across his knee, the grip of someone who was holding it because it felt like the right object for the situation rather than for protocol. "You went to hell," Odin said, without preamble. "I did," Naruto said. "Without informing me. Without escort. Without, I was invited," Naruto said. "By the domain's ruler. That supersedes your protocol on access, I'd imagine." "A beat." Odin's jaw moved slightly. "What did she tell you?" Naruto looked at him for a moment. Then looked at Frigga, who was watching him with the still, comprehensive attention she'd had since the grove. Then back at Odin. "You know about the fracture," Naruto said. "You've known for 200 years." The throne room was very quiet. Odin was still. "You had 3 assessment teams look at it," Naruto continued. "They all told you the same thing, reparable in theory, irreparable in practice. Nothing in the 9 realms had the right energy signature to interact with the membrane. He paused. And then you went to the Aldifox Stones. Which you've known about your entire reign, which you've read the primordial script on with your own scholars for centuries, and which describe an entity whose entire cosmological function is exactly the kind of structural mediation the fracture requires. He held Odin's gaze. You knew what you were summoning. You just didn't tell me. Odin was quiet for a long time. Frigga said nothing. But her hands, folded in her lap, shifted slightly. You could not have known the nature of the task, Odin said finally, carefully, without first establishing that it was needed. I was establishing that. By having me assessed, Naruto said. By watching how I moved through the court and handled Aldrich at the feast and responded to Thor's challenge. By gathering information before you gave me any. He tilted his head. I understand the logic. I've been a leader long enough to know why you do it that way. A pause. I'm also going to tell you that it was a mistake, specifically with me, and here's why. Odin said nothing. If you'd been straight with me from the morning after I arrived, Naruto said, would have been straight back. I would have told you what the fox chakra could do, what the resonance in the grove felt like, how the primordial script mapped to things I already knew about primordial chakra. We'd have saved 2 days and I wouldn't have had to piece it together from your restricted archive at midnight. He let that land. I don't need to be managed. I need to be talked to. There's a difference. The advisors at the room's edges were making themselves extremely unobtrusive. Loki, at the dais base, had his arms folded and his chin slightly down, his expression carefully neutral in a way that meant he was paying extremely close attention. Odin looked at Naruto for a long moment with the single eye that had seen more than any other eye in the 9 realms and had learned to keep most of what it had seen behind itself. You are direct, Odin said. Usually. It is not a quality that Asgardian diplomacy finds consistently useful. I'm not a diplomat. Another quiet. Then, with the measured weight of a man making a decision he hadn't entirely finished making, what did you find in the domain? And Naruto told him. All of it, the same way he'd told it in the archive, completely, directly, without the editorial choices that people made when they were managing someone's reaction to information. 43 fault lines. Maybe more. The architecture of 9 centuries of structural damage. The fox chakra's resonance with the membrane. The possibility of repair, its timeline, its requirements. As he talked, something happened to Odin's posture. Slow and subtle, the Allfather didn't do obvious, but visible to anyone who knew what to look for. The weight of 200 years of knowing about a problem he couldn't solve had a particular shape, and as Naruto laid out the possibility of solving it, that shape shifted. Not relief, exactly. Odin was too experienced in managing his own reactions for something that straightforward. But something adjacent to it, buried under the composure of a king who had learned never to want something visibly until he was certain he could have it. Frigga looked at her husband's face and then at Naruto's, and her expression did something private that she kept private. What do you require? Odin said, when Naruto finished. Access to the domain boundary whenever I need it. No restrictions on my movement in Asgard or the surrounding territory. And, he paused. The succession war. The one that caused the fracture. I need the actual record. Not the official version. The real one. Silence. That is a sensitive, I needed to understand the geometry of the damage, Naruto said. Not for political purposes. The fracture follows the pattern of what created it. If I don't know what happened, I'm mapping blind. Odin looked at him. The look went on long enough to have several things in it. Frigga, he said finally. She stood without hesitation. Had she been waiting for this? Naruto thought she probably had, and descended the dais steps with the unhurried precision that was her particular quality, the movement of a woman who never wasted motion because she'd already thought 3 steps ahead of everyone she took. She stopped beside Naruto, slightly closer than strict court protocol would have suggested, and looked up at Odin. "I will manage the record access," she said. "And the boundary permissions." A pause that was a conversation in itself, brief and complete. "Leave the operational details to me." Odin looked at his wife. Whatever passed between them in that look was 1500 years compressed into a few seconds, the shorthand of people who knew each other well enough to communicate in units smaller than words. "Very well," he said. And that was that. Frigga walked with him out of the throne room, through the wide corridor that ran the palace's western spine, and the quality of her company was different from the formal presentation of the meeting they'd just left. Easier. The way people became easier when they stepped out of the context that required them to perform a role rather than simply be. "He's frustrated with himself," she said, quietly, when they'd put enough distance between themselves and the throne room. "He dislikes being caught managing someone who didn't need to be managed." "I know," Naruto said. "You're not angry about it. I understand it." He glanced at her. "He's been holding a problem for 200 years with no solution. When a possible solution arrived, he defaulted to caution. That's reasonable for a king." A pause. "It's just not how I work." "How do you work?" she asked, and her tone was genuinely curious, not the social inquiry of someone making conversation, the specific curiosity of someone who had been watching him for 2 days and was now testing her observations against direct data. He thought about it. "I lead with trust. I know that sounds naive. It got me hurt when I was young, badly enough that I should probably have learned the other lesson." He looked at the corridor's high windows, the light coming in amber and clean. "But the times it paid off outweighed the times it didn't, by enough of a margin that I decided to keep doing it." He paused. "Trusting first doesn't mean trusting blindly. I've got good instincts for when something's wrong. But leading with suspicion just poisons everything from the start." Frigga was quiet for a moment. "The vulva translations describe the primordial fox as the guardian of thresholds," she said. "Not boundaries in the physical sense. Thresholds, the points of transition. Between states of being. Between trust and fear. Between holding on and letting go." He looked at her sideways. "I've been reading the restricted translation since the night you arrived," she said, with the perfect calm of someone who considered this entirely obvious. "When my husband went to the stones, I started preparing." "For what?" "For whatever came through." She met his gaze. "I prepared for a force of nature. I prepared for a deity with an agenda." A small pause. "I did not prepare for someone who gives away information about his own grief in the second sentence he speaks in a room, without appearing to notice he's doing it." He held her gaze. "Does it bother you?" "It's the least bothersome thing about you," she said, and the warmth in her voice was entirely genuine, which it sometimes wasn't. She was precise enough in her presentation that you could usually tell the difference, and he was starting to learn the distinction. They walked. The morning light moved with them along the western corridor. "I'll take you to the records room after midday," she said. "The actual succession war files are kept separately from the main archive, even Loki doesn't know where they are." "Even Loki," he repeated. "He suspects a location. He's wrong by 4 floors and a ward sequence." A pause that was almost certainly a suppressed smile. "He checks the same wrong location every 3 years. I find it charming." After the meeting, after the morning's second set of forms in the training ground, after a midday meal that Volstagg made feel like an occasion by the simple mechanism of treating all food as an occasion, Naruto went to the Aldifox Grove alone. The northeast path brought him through the edge of the Bifrost Plateau, the bridge itself visible in the distance, refracting midday light into colors that had no adequate name. The grove's silver trees were bright in the sun, they had a quality in daylight that was different from the nighttime of his arrival, less mysterious and more simply ancient, the kind of old that had stopped being dramatic about itself. He walked into the circle of stones and sat down cross-legged in the center, on the exact point where he'd landed 3 days ago. The runes were dim, but not silent. He could feel them the way he'd felt the fault lines in Hell's domain, a presence that operated below the visible, a hum that ran through the stone floor into the flat of his palms when he pressed them down. He closed his eyes and let the chakra expand outward slowly. The stones responded. Not the full activation, not the blaze of orange that had greeted his arrival. Something more conversational than that. The runes warmed slightly, a trace of light at the deepest channels of the carvings, and the resonance between the stones and the chakra settled into the particular frequency he'd felt briefly in the archive, the one that felt like a heartbeat. He'd been doing this every quiet moment since he arrived, listening to the stones, trying to understand what they were. Not just the cosmological function Frigga had described. The specific mechanism. The fox chakra's role in it. What he was beginning to understand was that the primordial script wasn't a description. It was an instruction set. The fox, in the old cosmology, didn't just balance extremes. The fox moved between them. The threshold guardian didn't sit at the boundary, it traversed it, carrying information from one state to the other, maintaining the connection that kept the cycle running. Life to death to life. Creation to entropy to creation. The chakra that ran through everything, in his world, in Asgard, in all the 9 realms, the names were different but the fundamental structure was the same. That chakra needed a conductor. Something that could touch both ends of any spectrum without being consumed by either. He'd always been that. He just hadn't had a name for it before. He sat in the center of the grove and thought about Kurama, about what it had meant to carry a being of that scale, to become not his vessel but his partner, to learn to hold destruction and mercy simultaneously without letting either one cancel the other out. What are you figuring out? The voice was not external. It wasn't Kurama's voice. Kurama was gone, truly gone, and this was not something that had spoken to him before. It came from the chakra itself, from the deep fox nature that had outlasted Kurama's individual presence, the primordial current underneath the personal. You already know what you're here for, it said. I know the task, he said, quietly, to the air of the grove. I'm trying to understand the method. The method is you. There is no instrument. You are the instrument. He sat with that for a moment. Then, that's less helpful than it sounds. The warmth in the stones increased, and it felt, absurdly, probably, like laughter. He opened his eyes. The grove was bright and still and old. Yeah, he said. I know. The training ground was empty when Sif found him there in the late afternoon, but the evidence of previous occupation was clear. The heavy bag on the iron post had been worked significantly, and the packed earth near the weapon racks had fresh scuffs that marked the particular patterns of extended solo work. She set down the bundle she was carrying and started her own routine, and they moved in parallel for a while without speaking, which was comfortable in the way it had been comfortable since the second night. At some point she became aware that she was pacing her movements to his, not consciously but in the way you paced yourself to a rhythm you found yourself already moving to, and she stopped to assess this before deciding she didn't have a problem with it. He noticed the pause. Something wrong? No, she said, and it came out sounding more honest than she'd planned. He came to a stop and looked at her across the training yard. The late afternoon light was doing the thing it did here, gold going amber going the particular color of endings and openings simultaneously. Can I ask you something? He said. You don't usually ask permission, she said. I ask when it's something I think might be unexpected. He looked at her directly. What happened the last time you let someone in? The training ground was very still. She looked at him, at the direct blue of his eyes and the complete absence of manipulation in the question, no agenda, no leverage, just someone asking the thing that was accurate. She'd noticed he did this. Ask the thing that was true instead of the thing that was safe. He was a good man, she said. A warrior. We were close for a long time. And then there was a campaign in the outer territories and he didn't come back. She paused. I've been in close quarters with warriors every day of my career since then, and I am good at the thing that means you value someone beside you without ever letting the value become something that can break you. And that's worked, he said. Functionally, she said. Functionally, he repeated, and the word sat there doing exactly what it was doing. She looked at him. You've been here 4 days. I know. 4 days is not sufficient time to. She stopped. I'm not making a move, he said. I'm asking a question. There's a difference. He tilted his head slightly. You've been honest with me in ways you're not usually honest with people. I noticed. I wanted to acknowledge it. She held his gaze, and the feeling running through her was complicated in the way things were complicated when they were real rather than performative, not simple, not clean, not the story you tell someone later about how a thing happened. Just actual. He died in the 3rd year of our campaign, she said. It was ordinary, which is the worst kind. Nothing heroic. A moment's bad footing on a mountain pass. She looked at her sword, leaning against the wall behind him. I carried his shield back myself. That was the last time I carried anything of someone else's. He was quiet with that for the right amount of time. I know how that works, he said. Deciding the cost is too high and finding ways to be useful to everyone without being available to anyone. Is that a judgment? No, he said, simply. It's a recognition. She crossed the yard and sat on the stone wall. He came and sat beside her, the same geometry as the previous nights, and the familiarity of it was something she was done pretending she hadn't noticed. What about you? She said. What about me? You understand it from the inside, she said. Which means you've been there. He looked at the training ground, at the light going long across the packed earth. I spent so long trying to be enough for everyone that I didn't leave space to be present with anyone specifically. A pause. People who cared about me, I knew they did. I just kept thinking I'd get to it later. After the next thing. After the war. After the village was stable. A slight smile, private and slightly worn. There's always another thing. And now? He turned his head and met her gaze, and the look in his eyes was entirely open in the specific way that eyes were open when someone had decided they were done with the alternative. Now I'm in a different dimension with no timeline and no map, he said. Turns out the later strategy has practical limits. She looked at him for a long moment, and then, because the moment called for something and she was not a person who did nothing when something was needed, she said, I want to go again. Properly. No pulled strikes, no teaching moments. He read her accurately, read that the subject change was itself a continuation rather than a retreat, the way she processed things by moving. Now? Now, she said. They stood. This fight was different from the first one. The first fight had been Sif testing and Naruto calibrating. This was both of them at the full volume of what they were, and it was not like any sparring she had done in recent memory. He was faster than she was. She'd made peace with that in the first 8 seconds. Not by much, not the effortless gap that should have made the match meaningless, by enough that it was a constant factor she had to account for rather than overcome. What she had over him was power, Asgardian strength, centuries of refinement, the specific devastating force of a warrior who had never let herself become soft. Her strikes when they connected carried weight that she could see him register even when he didn't let himself express it. So she stopped trying to be faster and started making herself harder to read. She broke her own patterns mid-sequence, changed directions in the middle of committed motions, gave up the efficiency she'd spent decades building in exchange for unpredictability, and watched him adapt in real time with the specific pleasure of someone who has found the test that makes them work. He loved it. She could see that. Not in an arrogant way, in the way of someone who was deeply and genuinely engaged with something that was making genuine demands. They went for 20 minutes without stopping. At the end of 20 minutes she had 3 solid hits on him and he had 0 on her, because he was still not landing strikes that had any weight to them, still deflecting and redirecting and positioning, using her force rather than applying his. She stepped back. "You're still not hitting me." "I know," he said. "Why?" He considered this. "I'm working something out." He looked at her, and there was something in his expression that was honest in the same way the previous conversation had been honest, not performed, not strategic. "If I hit you the way I can hit things, we stop being able to do this. And I don't want to stop doing this." The training ground was quiet. She looked at him for a moment, at the late light on his face, at the whisker marks that caught it the same way they caught torchlight, like something permanent, something that had been there since before the concept of cosmetics existed. "I'm not fragile," she said. "I know you're not." He met her eyes. "I'm being selfish about the duration. There's a version of this conversation that could end in 5 minutes if I fight at full output, and I'd rather have the longer version." She stared at him. He held her gaze without apology. She crossed the yard and picked up her sword from the rack and turned back and said, "Then fight the longer version properly. Because if you're holding back to protect the duration, you're not actually here. And if you're not actually here," she held his gaze, "then neither is this." He looked at her for one long moment. Then he moved. Not the deflection and redirection he'd been doing. He moved, closed the distance in a fraction of a second, read her sword hand before it was committed, went inside her guard with the specific economy of someone who had been very patient and was now done being patient, and the sequence that followed was unlike anything she'd experienced, not violent, not punishing, but absolutely and completely engaged. He was there, actually there, every move at its real weight. She went at him with everything she had. They lasted another 15 minutes. When it ended, when she found an angle she'd been building to for 6 exchanges and drove it home and he let it land cleanly and stepped back, yielding the exchange without drama, she was breathing hard in a way she hadn't in years, the specific satisfied exhaustion of someone who had been fully extended rather than merely tired. He was breathing normally, which she had stopped being annoyed by. "Better," he said. "Much better," she said. "Good." He sat down on the ground rather than the wall, cross-legged, with the easy flexibility of someone whose body had been asked to do most things at most points. He looked up at her with the particular expression she'd been cataloging in her mind without calling it that. "You were right," he said. "About being here." She sat down across from him on the packed earth, which was not where she usually sat after training but was where the conversation was happening, so that was where she sat. "I usually am," she said. He laughed, the real one, the quick surprised one. "Yeah," he said. "I'm starting to figure that out." She held his gaze, and the thing that she had been managing since the first night in the training ground, the thing that didn't have a name yet and hadn't needed one, settled into a different kind of presence. Not smaller. Not louder. Just acknowledged. "Tomorrow," she said. "The records room," Frigga mentioned it. "Can I come?" He looked at her. "You said you don't need a handler," she said. "I don't. And you can navigate the palace completely without escort." "I can." "Then I'm not coming as an escort," she said plainly. "I'm coming because I want to understand what you're trying to do. And because the records involve Asgard's history and I'd rather know what's in them than not." He held her gaze. "And?" A pause that was shorter than it could have been. "And because I want to." He smiled at that, not the quick one, something slower and warmer. "Then come," he said. The sun finished its business with the training ground, and the amber went to the soft blue of Asgard's early evenings, and they sat there in the dirt for another half-hour talking about nothing important, which turned out to be the most important conversation either of them had had all day. Frigga stood at the window of her private rooms and looked out over the training ground below, where 2 small figures sat on the packed earth in the blue evening light, and her expression was the kind that only ever appeared when she was genuinely alone, or believed herself to be. It had been a very long time since she had watched anything with this particular quality of attention and felt simultaneously glad and something else that she hadn't named yet. She turned from the window and picked up the translation she'd been working through since 3 mornings ago, the old vulva text that she could now read almost entirely in the original, and found the passage she'd been returning to. "The fox comes in the season of fractures," it read. "Not to any one heart, but to the empty space between them all. He does not choose. He is chosen. And in being chosen, he becomes the choosing." She set the text down and looked at the window again. Outside, the evening was coming in soft and full, and the training ground was lit by the first torches, and the 2 figures below were still there, still talking, and Frigga allowed herself, just for a moment, in the privacy of her own room, to think about what it would mean if the old text was right. Not just about the fracture in the domain boundary. About all of it. She folded the translation carefully and placed it back in its case, and went to find the Succession War records, and let the evening do what evenings did. Chapter 5, The Weight of Held Things. The records room was not in the palace proper. Frigga led them through the east wing's lower levels, past the point where the palace architecture became something older and less adorned, past 2 ward-sealed doors that she opened with gestures so practiced they looked like habit rather than magic, and down a staircase that ended in a small stone antechamber with a single lamp burning on a table. The door beyond it was iron, old enough that the iron had developed a surface character entirely its own, dark and layered, like it had absorbed the weight of what it kept. Frigga pressed her palm to it and it opened inward. The room inside was not large. It had the quality of a space that had been made deliberately small, not for storage efficiency, but so that the contents could not be browsed. You had to choose what you came for. The records were in sealed cases around the walls, each case labeled in script that was not the standard Asgardian written form but an older variant, the kind used for documents that the kingdom wanted preserved without wanting them read. "The Succession War files are in the eastern cases," Frigga said, moving to them with the unhesitating directness of someone who had been here before and had been waiting for a reason to come back. "I'll pull the primary sequence. She glanced at Sif. "You'll want to see the campaign records. 3rd case from the left. The battle line documentation." Sif looked at her. "You knew I was coming. I assumed you would." Frigga lifted the first case from its shelf with both hands, and the care she gave it was the care of someone handling something that still had weight beyond the physical. "Naruto doesn't go places alone when it would serve him better to have company. And he invited you." Sif looked at Naruto, who was studying the room's shelves with his particular expression of quiet, comprehensive attention. "I mentioned you were interested in Asgard's history," he said, without looking away from the cases. "You mentioned I should come." "Same thing." He pulled a case from the shelf, not the one Frigga had pointed to, a different one, further right, with a label he'd apparently decided was relevant, and opened it with the easy confidence of someone who'd already decided the protocol around handling these records didn't apply to him, which was either arrogant or accurate depending on whether you thought protocol existed for its own sake or for a practical reason. In this case it was accurate. He opened the case and held the document up and the fox chakra ran through his hands at the low, ambient level it apparently maintained constantly, and where it touched the edges of the old script, the ink briefly brightened. Like recognition. Like 2 old things finding each other in a room. Frigga watched this and set her case down on the room's single table. "Sit," she said, to both of them, with the tone of someone who considered logistics a form of respect rather than mere efficiency. They sat. The Succession War, read through the actual records rather than the official silence that had replaced them, was the story of a decision that Odin had made at the age of roughly 3,000 years old, still young for an Asgardian, still shaped by the ambition and certainty of relative youth, that had cost him more than he'd understood it would and less than it might have. He had 2 brothers. This was the first thing. Not a detail the palace's official history had seen fit to preserve. "I didn't know that," Sif said, quietly, looking at the documentation Frigga had spread across the table. "Most people don't," Frigga said. "By design. The brothers, Kull and Vili, named in the records in handwriting that predated Frigga's time in Asgard, had contested the succession of Bor's throne when Bor died. Not through legitimate channels. Kull in particular had been willing to use weapons that Bor had specifically prohibited, seer working of a scale that violated the cosmic agreements that governed the Nine Realms' structural integrity. The agreements that kept the boundaries between life and death functional. That kept Hell's domain properly bounded and life's domain properly bounded, and the cycle that sustained both properly cycling. Odin had won. The cost was everything his brothers had broken to try to beat him. He couldn't repair it himself, Naruto said. He was reading through his chosen case, which turned out to be a vulva assessment record, the technical documentation of 3 separate attempts to evaluate and address the fracture damage. His eyes moved through the script with a reading speed that was notable. The seer that caused it, Kull's working, it operated at a frequency that Asgardian magic couldn't interface with directly. That's why the repair attempts failed. He set the case down. The fracture runs at the frequency of the primordial powers. The original forces. Not the derived systems that Asgardian seer and Vanir magic and all the rest of them developed from. He looked at Frigga. The Fox chakra is one of the original forces. That's what the primordial script is describing. Yes, she said. Which means the only thing that can repair the fracture is something that predates the systems that broke it. He paused. That's the stone's logic. That's why the interval between activations is so long. They're not looking for power. They're looking for a specific frequency that the Nine Realms only produce rarely. Frigga was looking at him with the expression that was hers specifically, comprehensive, warm, private. When I read the primordial script, she said, the passages about the fox's nature, I kept returning to one section. She reached into the fold of her sleeve and produced the translation she'd been working from, the old vulva text he'd seen her hold before. She found the passage without looking for it. He does not come as a weapon. He does not come as a king. He comes as the thing that moves between things, and in moving between, heals the places that have forgotten they were connected. He looked at her. That's you, she said, simply. I'm starting to think so, he said. Sif was quiet, looking at the battle line records from the Succession War, the documentation of what the fighting had actually looked like, the places where the cosmic fabric had been visibly damaged even to human-scale observation, the vulva reports of anomalies at the Hell boundary that had begun appearing within a decade of the conflict's end. She ran her finger along one of the maps, tracing the fault line distribution, and looked up. These locations, she said. The fault lines in Hela's domain, do they correspond to the battle sites? Naruto pulled the map from her hands, looked at it, reached for the vulva assessment records, cross-referenced. Yes, he said. Not exactly, the damage propagated after the fact, but the origin points match. He set both documents on the table side by side. Which means I can prioritize. If I start at the origin points rather than the distributed fault lines, I'm working the problem from the root. Frigga leaned over and looked at the 2 documents together. Then she looked at his face, at the way it was moving through the problem, quick, decisive, the thinking visible without being performed. How long? She asked. For the origin points? A few sessions. For the full repair, he thought. Months, probably. The membrane needs to stabilize between working sessions. You can't push something this old too fast. A pause. But the structural deterioration will stop within a few weeks once the origin points are addressed. The domain will stop expanding. The room absorbed this. Sif set down the document she was holding. Hela's domain has been expanding, she said. Into the living realms, at the boundary zones, Frigga said quietly. There are places in the outer territories of the 9 realms where the barrier between living and dead has become unreliable. A pause. We have had reports for the past century of anomalies. Things that should be in Hell's domain appearing in the living territories. Not invasions. Leakage. She looked at Naruto. Odin has managed it by maintaining watch posts at the boundary zones. It has been costly. He's been putting pressure on symptoms instead of the cause, Naruto said. For 2 centuries, yes. She folded her hands on the table. Because the cause was not something he could address. And now it is. And now, she said, you're here. They worked through the records for most of the morning. Frigga produced additional documents as they became relevant, pulling cases from the shelves with the efficiency of someone who had read the room's contents thoroughly and filed the geography of it precisely in her memory. She added context when the records were unclear, filled gaps when the documentation had been strategically incomplete, and did both with the even tone of someone who had made peace with the complicated history a long time ago and was now simply being useful. Sif contributed the tactical reading, the battle sequence analysis, the strategic implications of damage locations, the military geography of the 9 realms as it pertained to the boundary zones. This was her domain in a way that the cosmological theory wasn't, and she brought to it the same quality she brought to the training ground: comprehensive, focused, nothing wasted. Naruto moved between the two, bridging their perspectives in the way he apparently did naturally, taking Frigga's cosmic framework and Sif's tactical precision and working them together into a map that was more complete than either one alone. There was a point in the middle of the morning when all 3 of them were bent over the table simultaneously, the documents arranged in a sequence that had taken 2 hours to arrive at, and Frigga looked up from the map she was indicating and found herself looking at Naruto's profile from a distance of about 18 inches. And the awareness of that proximity was something she processed with the internal precision of a woman who had learned to be honest with herself even when she was carefully dishonest with everyone else about the same things. She had been alone in certain important ways for a very long time. Not lonely, she had Odin, had her children, had the specific rich life of someone whose entire existence was woven through with significance. But there was a register of being known that she had quieted in herself gradually, so gradually that she'd stopped noticing the quiet, and sitting in this small room with the old iron door and the weight of the records and this person who had arrived through a door that had been closed for 9 centuries, she noticed it now. She straightened and looked back at the map. The 3 deepest origin points, she said, tracking her finger across the document, are here, here, and here. They're not evenly distributed. They follow the path of Kull's primary working, which moved, she paused, northeast to southwest, toward the palace. Naruto looked at where her finger had ended. The fracture's deepest point is under Asgard itself. Under the palace, she confirmed. Approximately 40 stories below the lowest foundation. The room was quiet. That's why the restricted archive felt the way it did, he said. The rune pillars in the archive, they're sitting directly above the deepest fault line. They've been responding to it for 9 centuries. He looked at her. That's also why the Aldifox stones activated so strongly when I arrived. The proximity of the grove to the main fault line, the grove was built above it deliberately, Frigga said. Boar's vulva. They knew about the damage when it happened. They built the stones as, I think the word is an anchor. Something to hold the membrane stable at the deepest point while the rest was managed. 900 years of anchor, Naruto said. They were planning for a long wait. He looked at the map. Then at her. They did good work, he said. The stones held it. They held it, she agreed. They were also, she paused, choosing the word. Running out. How close? She met his eyes. You arrived within approximately 1 generation of the anchor failing completely. She let that sit for a moment. The activation 940 years ago, when nothing came through, we believe now that the stones tried to call something early. As a precaution. A pause. They were right to try. They were too early. Another pause, smaller this time. You arrived on the last viable window. He held her gaze. The quality of the silence was the specific quality of information that has weight. No pressure, he said. Frigga let the smile come, because there was no reason not to. None at all. Sif left them to the records at midday. There was a patrol review she'd committed to before knowing the morning's plan, and she went without being asked, with the practical efficiency of someone who kept their commitments because it was the right thing to do and not because anyone was watching. At the door she glanced back at the table, at the two figures bent over the documents again, and the expression that crossed her face was brief and complicated and entirely private. She left. Alone with Frigga in the records room, Naruto kept working for a while in the easy quiet that had developed over the course of the morning. Frigga made tea at some point, produced from a small box she'd brought with the same forward planning that characterized everything she did, and set a cup beside him without announcing it. He picked it up without looking away from the document he was cross-referencing and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." A little later, "The translation you've been working from, the vulva text. How much of it have you read?" "Most of it now," she said. "I started reading it the morning after you arrived. I've been going through it in the evenings." "What does the rest of it say?" He looked up from the document. "About the fox." After the passage about moving between things. She found the text in her sleeve again. It had the quality of something she'd been keeping close, the way people kept close the books they were currently living inside, and opened it to the later passages. "There's a section on the fox's nature," she said. "The qualities that make it what it is." She ran her finger along the script, translating in real time rather than reading a prepared version. "Patient, it says patient in the sense of a thing that has waited long enough to have stopped needing the waiting to end. Warm, this word actually means something closer to radiating, it's a temperature metaphor. And," she paused. "And," he said. "The word here, it's old Asgardian, barely used now. The closest translation is something like homemaking. The quality of a thing that creates home around itself without trying to." She looked up from the text. "Not belonging to a place. Creating belonging in a place." He was quiet. "Does that fit?" she asked. He thought about it, genuinely, not performing consideration. "People used to say I made places feel safe," he said slowly. "When I was young, it felt like a compliment about how harmless I seemed. When I got older I understood they meant something else." He looked at his hands. "After enough fights, after enough things I'd protected, people would come back to the places where I'd been and say they still felt different. Calmer." A pause. "I always thought that was grief. People projecting something onto a place because of what happened there. And now?" He looked at her. "Now I'm sitting in an archive on the far side of a dimensional boundary and the stones in the grove outside lit up like a welcome home." He paused. "So maybe it wasn't grief." The quiet in the room was very warm. The lamp on the table had been burning steadily all morning, and the tea was good, and the old iron door held the outside world at a respectful distance. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Yes." "What's it like," he said, "being the person in the room who understands everything that's happening and has to decide how much of that understanding to deploy at any given moment?" Frigga looked at him. The question was so precisely accurate that it took her a moment to process the fact that it had been asked out loud by someone who had been in Asgard for 4 days. She started, stopped, started again. "It's a practice," she said. "You learn very early that being the most perceptive person in a situation means being the person most responsible for its outcome. And that responsibility it becomes a reflex. You hold things. You shape things. You decide what information goes where and when." She paused. "It's useful. It's also isolating," he said. "Exhausting," she said, at the same time. They looked at each other. "Both," she said. "Both," he agreed. She looked at the text in her hands, and then at the table covered in documents, and then at him. "No one asks me that question," she said. "People observe that I'm perceptive. They factor it into how they interact with me. They don't ask what it costs. She paused. You asked it like you already knew the answer. I recognize the pattern, he said. I've been responsible for a lot of people for a long time. You get good at reading the room because you have to. And then the reading becomes the thing that keeps you separate from the room. He held her gaze. It's a specific kind of loneliness. You're always the one who sees everyone. Nobody sees you back in the same way. The lamp flickered slightly in a draft from the old door's imperfect seal. Frigga set down the translation carefully, the way she set things down when she was being careful not to be careful about it. I have managed this palace, she said, and this family, and the politics of the 9 realms as they touch this throne, for 1500 years. She met his eyes directly. I have done it well. I have made decisions in the dark that the daylight later proved right. I have held things together through wars and crises and the specific ongoing catastrophe of raising Loki alongside a brother who was always going to cast a shadow. A pause. I don't say this for sympathy, I am not unhappy with the life I've built. But, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. But it has been a very long time, she said quietly, since someone looked at me and saw what you apparently see when you look at me. He held her gaze without discomfort, without the performance of sympathy that people deployed when they didn't know what else to offer. Just held it, present and level. What do I see? He asked. I'm not sure I want to say it, she said. In case it changes. I'll tell you, then. He leaned forward slightly across the table. Someone who's been carrying everything for everyone for so long that they've forgotten to count the weight. Someone who gives the right amount of information to every room she's in and never gives the room what she actually thinks. Someone who is, underneath all of that, genuinely, completely curious about the world. He paused. And warm. In the way the text said. Radiating. Frigga looked at him and the composure, which was always there, always complete, the composure of 1500 years of being exactly who the situation required, wavered. Not broke. Wavered, like something very solid shifting half an inch on its foundation. You've been in Asgard for 4 days, she said, and her voice was level but the levelness was working harder than it usually had to. I know, he said. I'm a fast reader. She looked at him for another moment and then did something he hadn't seen her do in the 4 days he'd been here, she laughed. Actually laughed, the real version, brief and genuine and entirely unguarded. It changed her face, not to something younger but to something more complete, the way a familiar piece of music was more complete in its full performance than in its opening notes. A fast reader, she repeated. It's been noted as a quality, he said, and his own expression had the warm, slightly private look she'd been learning to read. She composed herself, not because the moment required it but out of habit, the habitual returning to steadiness, and looked at the documents on the table. We should finish the mapping before the afternoon gets late, she said. We should, he agreed, pulling the next case toward him. They worked for another 2 hours, and the lamp burned steadily, and the tea went cold and Frigga replaced it without comment from her small box, and the old iron door held everything outside at bay, and the records room was warm with the specific warmth of 2 people working in the comfortable proximity of people who have stopped needing to perform for each other. Toward the end of the afternoon, with the mapping mostly complete and the priority sequence for the fault line repair established and documented, Frigga produced a small leather case from inside her other sleeve, which raised the question of how many things she kept in her sleeves, and Naruto glanced at it and said, "Is that also something you've had since the morning after I arrived?" "Since the evening before you arrived," she said. He looked at her. "When Odin told me he was going to the stones," she said, "I started preparing. I gathered what I thought might be relevant." She opened the small case. Inside, on a piece of aged silk, lay a set of small carved runestones, smooth, dark, each the size of a thumb joint, with a single rune on each face. "Rune-weaving stones," she said. "The Volva use them to work protective sequences into physical objects or locations. The technique is old, older than Seer as Asgard currently practices it. She set them on the table. I thought if someone arrived who could interface with the primordial frequency, these might be useful. She looked at him. The membrane work you're going to be doing in Hela's domain, you'll need to be able to mark what you've repaired. Otherwise the stabilized sections can destabilize when the adjacent sections are worked on. He picked up one of the stones, turned it in his fingers. The fox chakra moved through his hand into the stone, and the carved rune on its face brightened briefly, the same orange, the same recognition quality he'd seen in the grove, in the archive. You made these yourself, he said. Yes. When? The day before the activation, she said. I carved the rune sequences by firelight and set the ward weaving that morning. She paused. I didn't know who was coming. I just prepared for something that would need them. He set the stone down carefully and looked at her. That's practical, she said. I was going to say thoughtful, he said. She met his eyes. Both, she said, and echoed his word from earlier deliberately, and the small callback landed between them with exactly the weight it was meant to carry. Will you teach me the weaving sequence, he said. Not to replicate it. To understand the mechanism. If I'm marking repaired sections, I need to know what I'm marking with. She looked at the runestones and then at him, at the steady warmth of him in this small room, at the whisker marks that she had stopped noticing as unusual and had begun noticing as simply him, the way familiar things became part of your picture of a person. Yes, she said. We can start now, if you want. It will take a few sessions. I have time, he said. Apparently. She picked up the first stone and held it so he could see the rune. This is the binding sequence. The first stroke goes, and she taught him. The weaving session was, in practice, the quietest and most intimate thing he had done since arriving in Asgard. Not because of the subject matter, the rune weaving technique was precise and procedural, the kind of learning that required close attention to physical detail. But because of the proximity it required. Reading a rune correctly meant holding the stone a certain way, and Frigga's instruction meant showing him the grip in real time, her hands over his for the adjustments that words couldn't convey. She had the teacher's particular quality, patient without being slow, corrective without being diminishing, the kind of teaching that made a student feel capable rather than inadequate. He'd had teachers like that. Had tried to be that himself, eventually. The fox chakra is going to want to overwhelm the rune, she said, watching his hand on the stone. It's a much larger force than the sequence requires. You need to hold it back. Not suppress it. Think of it less as volume and more as pressure. He adjusted. The rune brightened more evenly, less like a flash and more like a sustained glow. Yes, she said. Like that. He looked at the stone in his hand. Then up at her. From this distance, with the lamp between them, he could see what she was doing with her expression, the focused composure that was professional, and underneath it something else that she wasn't hiding exactly but wasn't displaying either, the thing that lived in the register he described this morning and that she hadn't denied. You knew I was going to need to understand this, he said. I suspected you might. You prepared for it. I prepare for things, she said. It's a habit. You prepared specific tools for a specific person you hadn't met yet, he said. Because you could see, from the outside, what was coming. She held his gaze. The primordial script says the fox comes to heal the fracture. The fracture is in the domain boundary. The domain boundary requires the membrane work. The membrane work requires markers. She paused. The logic sequence is straightforward. The logic sequence is straightforward, he agreed. The care that went into the stones is more than the logic sequence required. Frigga was quiet. I'm not raising it to make you uncomfortable, he said. I'm raising it because someone prepared something for me before I arrived. That doesn't happen very often. He looked at the rune stone in his hand. Usually when someone prepares something for me it's because they want something specific from what I can do. A pause. This was different. Was it, she said, and it wasn't quite a question. You didn't know what form I'd take, he said. You prepared for a force of nature, you said. You made tools that would work for whatever came through. That's not preparing for a weapon or an asset. He looked at her. That's preparing to help. The lamp burned. The old room held its quiet. I have spent 1500 years, Frigga said carefully, preparing to help. It is the most reliable function I have found. It places me adjacent to everything without being required to be in the center of anything. She paused. It is also, I have come to understand in recent days, a very effective way of ensuring that no one ever has to think about whether I might need help myself. He looked at her for a long moment. I see that, he said. I know, she said. She stopped. Say it, he said. She looked at the runestones on the table, and then at him, with the expression that had been building since the morning, the one that was more complete than the composed version, the one that came from somewhere older than the 1500 years of careful management. That's why it's difficult, she said. Being seen. When you've decided you prefer to be the one doing the seeing, being seen is, she looked for the word. Uncomfortable, he offered. Extraordinary, she said. And then, almost immediately, which is also uncomfortable. He smiled at that, the slow warm one that she'd been cataloging without calling it that. I know, he said. Both at once. He set the runestone down carefully on its silk. For what it's worth, it goes both ways. I see you, and, he paused. You see me too. In the way that's rare. The way you don't miss things. He held her gaze. That's also extraordinary. And also uncomfortable. She looked at him across the table with its spread of documents and runestones and the small case and the cold second cup of tea, and the thing that had been building since the grove was neither hidden nor performed, just present, in the warm space between two people who had both been paying very close attention. We should close the records, she said. It will be evening soon. Yes, he said, and neither of them moved immediately. Then she began gathering documents with her usual precise efficiency, and he helped, and they packed the cases back to their shelves together, and she sealed the iron door behind them and they walked back through the old stone passages toward the inhabited palace with the lamp left burning low behind the door. At the point where the passage rejoined the east wing corridor, she stopped. Tomorrow morning, she said. We can continue the weaving instruction. There are 3 more sequences you'll need before you start the domain work. I'll be there, he said. She nodded and turned toward the opposite corridor, toward the western wing where her rooms were. Then she stopped and turned back without quite having decided to. Thank you, she said. He looked at her. For what? For asking what it costs, she said. No one asks that. He held her gaze for a moment, and the look in his eyes was the kind that didn't have a performance attached to it, just the thing itself, clear and steady and warm. I'll keep asking, he said. She held his gaze for one more moment, and then she turned and walked back to her rooms, and he watched her go with the expression that Sif, passing by on her way from the evening patrol review, caught from the corridor's far end. Sif paused. Read his expression from 50 feet away. Look down the corridor where Frigga had disappeared. Then back at him. He turned and found her watching, and his expression shifted, not guilt, not deflection, just acknowledgement. The same honesty he brought to everything. She walked toward him. Stopped at a comfortable distance. Good session, she said. Very, he said. She studied him for a moment. She stopped. Started again. She's been carrying that palace for 1500 years. I know, he said. Another stop. Sif was not someone who started sentences she couldn't finish, and the fact that she was doing it now said something about what the sentence contained. If what I think is happening is what's happening, she said carefully, she deserves everything, he said, with the simple certainty of someone stating a fact. Same as you. He held her gaze. I'm not, he paused. I'm not playing any of this. You know that. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression that saw accurately. I know, she said. That's what makes it complicated, he offered. Real, she said. The corridor was quiet. The evening light was moving toward its deepest version, and somewhere below them the great hall was filling for the evening meal, and the palace was doing its ordinary necessary work. I'm not going anywhere, he said. Whatever this is, wherever it goes, I'm here for it. All of it. He looked at her steadily. I meant what I said in the training yard. I'm done with later. She held his gaze, and the thing she'd been managing since the first night on the wall was no longer being managed, just held, differently, openly, the way you held something when you decided it was worth the risk of dropping it. Come to dinner, she said. I was going to, he said. Good, she said, and turned toward the great hall, and he walked beside her, and the evening of Asgard came in rich and warm, and the palace held the weight of the day and its discoveries, and somewhere in the deep foundations beneath everything, the fault lines were quiet for now, patient, waiting, holding. In the Volva library at the mountain's edge, the oldest priestess of Asgard, a woman so old that she had stopped counting her years somewhere around the time the last war ended, set down her tea and looked at the window. The stones in the grove were faintly luminescent in the evening dark. Not activated. Not calling. Just warm. About time, she said, to no one in particular, and went back to her reading. Chapter 6, The Things Worth Protecting. The attack came on the 7th day. Not from the direction anyone had been watching. Naruto had spent the morning in Hela's domain, his third session there, working the first of the origin point fault lines with the careful, sustained pressure of the rune-weaving technique Frigga had taught him, Hela standing at 10 paces and observing with the focused attention of someone who understood exactly what they were watching. The work was slow by necessity. The membrane at the origin points was fatigued in the way very old things were fatigued, not broken but exhausted, needing coaxing rather than force. He'd worked the first session feeling for the frequency, the second session establishing contact, and this third one had been the first where the membrane had actually responded, a slow, reluctant knitting of the damaged fabric, like a wound deciding to close. When he came back through the threshold, he was tired in the specific way of this work, not physically, but at the deeper level where the chakra operated. The fox energy had a recovery rate, like a muscle, and he was learning its limits the way you learned any limit, by approaching it carefully and noting where the boundary was. Frigga was at the threshold passage's upper end, as she had been for all 3 sessions. She'd established this without announcement, simply appeared the first time he'd come back and been there for the subsequent ones. She said it was to monitor the threshold stability. He believed this was also true. How much, she said, looking at his face. 60% of the first origin point, he said. Another session will finish it. That's faster than you predicted. The membrane is more responsive than I expected once it accepts the contact. He pressed his hand to the wall briefly, feeling the deep hum of the fault line through the stone. Quieter than it had been 5 days ago. It wants to be repaired. It's been waiting for the right thing. Like the stones, she said. Like the stones, he agreed. She walked beside him up through the passage toward the palace levels, and her particular attentiveness, the monitoring quality that she maintained without making it feel like surveillance, was something he had come to find genuinely comfortable. She paid attention because she cared what happened. He knew the difference. Loki came by this morning, she said. He's been in the restricted archive again. He's trying to cross-reference the primordial script passages with the Vanir cosmological records, Naruto said. He thinks there's a connection between the fox's function and the Vanir concept of the world tree's root system. Frigga looked at him sidelong. He told you his research direction. We've been talking in the library most evenings. He paused. He doesn't trust easily, but he gets there if you don't perform. He's he thought about it. He's the loneliest person in this palace, probably. Because he's the second smartest and the one who cares most about being seen as the first. She was quiet for a moment. You see him clearly. He's not that hard to read once you stop expecting the performance to be the real thing. He glanced at her. He loves you. I know, she said, and the simplicity of it carried a weight that the simple words couldn't hold alone. She'd known, always. That had never been the complicated part. They came up into the east wing corridor, and through the window at the passage's end the morning was fully established, Asgard's sky a deep and cloudless blue above the mountains. That was when Heimdall's voice came. Not a horn, his voice directly, amplified through the Bifrost's harmonic structure in the way it could only be used in genuine emergencies, carrying to every point in the palace simultaneously with the particular resonant urgency that every Asgardian warrior was trained to recognize before they understood what it meant. 3 fleets. Dark elves of Svartalfheim, coalition flagged. And Vanir-marked warships, not Vanaheim proper, a rogue formation. They dropped out of the transit currents 20 minutes from Asgard. They're not broadcasting negotiation signal. Allfather, they're broadcasting a claim. They say the primordial summons is evidence of Asgard's desperation. They're coming to accept the surrender. The corridor went into motion immediately, not panic, the smooth, practiced motion of a palace that had been a military capital for 10,000 years and knew exactly what each alarm meant and what to do about it. Naruto was already moving. The war room was 3 levels up and Odin was there by the time Naruto arrived with Frigga, which meant Odin had been closer than his chambers when the alarm sounded. Either he'd been up early or he'd been monitoring Heimdall's reports and had felt this coming. From the look on his face, tight, controlled, the specific compression of a man who had been expecting something and was not pleased to be proven right, it was the latter. Thor was there with Mjolnir already drawn, standing at the tactical table's edge with the bright, focused expression of someone who had been waiting for an enemy to be pointed at. Sif was there, in full battle armor, which meant she'd also been somewhere accessible when the alarm hit, not her chambers. The warriors 3 were clustered near the map wall. Several Einherjar commanders stood at attention around the room's perimeter. Loki arrived 30 seconds after Naruto, slightly breathless, which was unusual enough for Loki that it communicated something about the pace he'd set to get there. The tactical table had a projection running, the approaching fleet, rendered in the blue-white of Bifrost's scrying, 3 distinct formations converging on Asgard's approach corridor. They were big formations. Not the largest force Asgard had ever faced, but not an insignificant one, 40 vessels in the Dark Elf complement, another 20 in the Rogue Vanir grouping. Enough to be serious. Who's commanding it? Odin said, to the room. The Dark Elf force is under a commander called Draven, Heimdall's voice came from the projection link. He's not Malekith's lineage. He's a military leader, pragmatic, experienced, not ideological. He has a list of demands. A pause. The Vanir formation is under Agnar of the old clans. He split from Vanaheim's ruling council 8 years ago over a territorial dispute. He's been building this coalition quietly since. Another pause. They've been coordinating for 2 years, Allfather. This was not improvised. Odin was still. They're using the summons as a pretext, Sif said, reading the tactical display. The public claim, Asgard's desperation, that's for their crews. Gives them a narrative to fight under. She looked at the approach vectors. The actual goal is the Bifrost junction. If they take the junction point, they control transit access to 3 realms simultaneously. Agreed, said one of the Einherjar commanders. They can't take the junction, Thor said. We have sufficient defense for a standard attack, Sif said, cutting through. This is a coordinated 2-vector approach from formations that have been planning this for 2 years. She looked at the table. Standard defense is not the right posture. Odin looked at Naruto, who had been standing at the table's edge since he arrived and had been reading the projection with the focused attention of someone building a model in their head. "You're quiet," Odin said. "I'm thinking." Naruto didn't look away from the display. The Dark Elf Force and the Vanir formation, they're coordinated but they're not the same chain of command. Draven and Agnar don't share a culture, a language structure, or a tactical tradition. They're operating under an agreed plan, but the plan's execution requires them to stay in lane. He traced the approach vectors with his finger without touching the projection. "If those lanes separate, they've accounted for that," Sif said. "The vectors are designed to be mutually supporting. If one pauses, the other, if one pauses or redirects, the other has to react," Naruto said. "Because the mutual support is also a mutual dependency. If Draven's formation changes vector, even briefly, even voluntarily, Agnar's formation has to account for it. They'll hesitate. They're not coordinated deeply enough to handle real-time deviation without communication lag." He looked at Odin. "How fast is their communication between formations?" "At that range," Heimdall said, "visual signal. No faster than line of sight." Naruto looked at Sif. "The mountain approach to the eastern corridor narrows to a single vessel width at the second peak," she said, immediately, following the line of thought the way she followed a combination in a fight, quickly, completely. "If the Dark Elf formation commits to that channel, Agnar loses visual on Draven for approximately 6 minutes, Naruto said. If something happens in those 6 minutes that looks like Draven has deviated from the plan, Agnar hesitates, Sif said. And a hesitating coalition is a breaking coalition. How do we create the appearance of deviation? Thor asked. We don't create an appearance, Naruto said. We create an actual deviation. We convince Draven to deviate. The war room went quiet. Draven is a pragmatist, Naruto said. He's not here for ideology, he's here for the Bifrost Junction, for the strategic value. He's been planning this for 2 years. He's invested in it working. He looked at Odin. A pragmatist with a 2-year investment will reconsider if the cost-benefit calculation changes significantly enough before he commits. He paused. What does he think he knows about what's in Asgard? Odin looked at him. Something moved in the single eye, not quite what Naruto would have called surprise, because surprise implied a failure of anticipation, but something that acknowledged it hadn't gone where he'd expected. He knows about the summons, Frigga said, from her position near the room's edge, speaking for the first time since they'd entered. He knows the stones activated. He knows something arrived. She paused. He doesn't know what. Then show him, Naruto said. 15 minutes later, Naruto was standing on the Bifrost Plateau at the point where Heimdall's observatory dominated the approach corridor. Heimdall himself stood at the observatory's edge with his sword and his particular quality of vast, comprehensive stillness, the being who saw everything simultaneously and had developed, from necessity, a profound capacity for patience. He looked at Naruto as he came up from the plateau path with the expression of someone reading something that required no explanation. You're going to let them see you, Heimdall said. I'm going to let Draven see me, Naruto said. Specifically. He's in the lead vessel. 90 seconds from visual range on the approach corridor. Good. Naruto stood at the observatory's edge and looked out at the approach corridor, at the distant shapes of the incoming fleet, and let the chakra rise. Not a fraction of it. Not the ambient warmth that ran through him constantly. All of it, the full fox nature, the 6 paths power, everything he was brought to the surface simultaneously, and the effect was immediate and comprehensive. The plateau lit up. That deep orange gold, the color the grove had shown on his arrival, blazed out from him in every direction, not violent, not destructive, but enormous. The kind of enormous that communicated scale without aggression, the way a mountain communicated scale. The plateau's stones reflected it. The Bifrost's crystal surface caught it and fractured it into something even larger. For approximately 3 miles in every direction, Asgard's approach corridor was lit by something that was not the sun and was considerably more specific than the sun. Draven's lead vessel, at the head of the Dark Elf formation, would have a direct sightline to this. Naruto held it for 30 seconds. Then he let it go, clean and deliberate, and the plateau returned to morning. He looked at Heimdall. What are they doing? Draven's vessel has reduced speed, Heimdall said. He's signaling the second in command. There, a pause. The formation has tightened. That's a defensive reaction, not an assault preparation. Another pause. He's sending a communication beacon. General frequency. He wants to talk. Patch it through, Naruto said. The communication was brief. Draven's voice was exactly what Naruto had expected from the intelligence picture, measured, professional, the voice of a military leader who had decided that reassessment in the face of new information was not weakness but craft. What are you? He said. The thing that lives in Asgard now, Naruto said. I'd think carefully about that before you commit your fleet. A pause. The claims we were given were accurate about what happened and wrong about what it means, Naruto said. The stones activated. Something arrived. But if someone told you the arrival means Asgard is desperate, they gave you bad information. He paused. I'd want to know who gave you that read. Another pause, longer. A Vanir source, Draven said. Agnar's intelligence network. Agnar wants the junction and he needed your fleet to get it, Naruto said. He gave you an intelligence read that served his purpose. That's not an alliance. That's a recruitment. The pause that followed was the longest one. I have crew committed to this, Draven said. I can't simply, you can turn around, Naruto said. And you'll tell your crew that you made a command assessment that the tactical situation had changed. You'll be right. He paused. Or you can continue, and find out what I can actually do, which will settle the question of Asgard's desperation in a way that's considerably less reversible. Silence. I'll require assurance, Draven said, that there will be no pursuit. That's not my promise to make, Naruto said. That's the Allfather's. But I can tell you that if you turn around, the conversation you're having is already evidence of good faith. He paused. Odin respects pragmatism. Another long silence. Then the visual feed Heimdall was relaying showed Draven's formation begin to turn. Agnar, watching from his Vanir vessels through the visual signal, saw Draven's formation change vector and immediately understood that he'd been right to not trust the Dark Elf commander fully. He did not understand what had caused the deviation. He began signaling Draven on the visual channel. He got no response for the 6 minutes that the mountain channel obscured the sightline. By the time he had line of sight again, Draven's fleet was in full withdrawal. Agnar's coalition had been planned for a coordinated two-vector assault. A single-vector assault against Asgard was a different calculation entirely. He signaled his second-in-command. On the Bifrost Plateau, Heimdall said, Agnar's formation is holding position. He's recalculating, Sif said. She'd come up from the war room when the plan started moving, was standing on the plateau with her sword drawn through habit though there was nothing to swing it at. Without Draven, he doesn't have the numbers to take the junction. He has a decision to make, Naruto said. He looked at the remaining fleet on the horizon. He's angrier than Draven. Less rational. He looked at Heimdall. Is he actually going to come? His formation is advancing, Heimdall said. There it was. Naruto turned. Thor was at the plateau's edge, Mjolnir raised, lighting already gathering at the hammer's face with the particular eagerness that suggested the gathering had begun about 30 minutes ago and Mjolnir had been exercising significant patience. Behind him, the Einherjar formations were moving into defensive array on the approach paths. Sif looked at Naruto. Agnar has 30 vessels. Experienced crew. He's been building this for 8 years. I know, Naruto said. Are you going out there? she said. He looked at her steadily. Yes. Her expression did the thing it did when she was deciding something in real time, a brief, comprehensive assessment, and then the decision, clean. Not alone, she said. Wouldn't dream of it, he said. What followed was not a long battle. Agnar's 30 vessels came down the approach corridor in a tight formation, experienced, disciplined, moving with the precision of a fleet that had trained together for years. They had Vanir battle seer on the leading vessels, the kind that could crack Asgardian stone at range, and they had numbers enough that a straightforward Asgardian defensive response would have cost blood. None of that was the straightforward Asgardian defensive response. Thor hit the leading formation at range with Mjolnir's full output, not at the vessels but at the corridor's stone walls above them, bringing the ceiling of the approach channel down in controlled sections that forced the fleet to divert into separate paths, coordinated formation into fragmenting individual problems. Sif led the Einherjar ground response at the plateau's landing access points with the focused ferocity of someone who had been having complicated feelings for a week and had found a thoroughly appropriate outlet. And Naruto went directly to Agnar. Not to the fleet, to the command vessel. He crossed the distance in a way that required no vessel, no Bifrost assistance, just the 6 paths chakra taking him from the plateau to the ship's deck in the time it took the surrounding vessels to register that there was now someone standing on their commander's ship who hadn't been there a moment ago. Agnar was a large man, old Vanir clan lineage, carrying 8 years of grievance and the weight of a carefully built coalition that had just lost half its force to a pragmatist's recalculation. He looked at Naruto standing on his deck with the expression of a man who had received the last piece of bad news and had decided the only available response was the direct one. He swung first. A broad, committed strike with a weapon that crackled with Vanir seer, the kind of blow that had ended things before. It was fast. Naruto ducked under it and came up inside Agnar's guard and hit him once, precisely, in the center of his sternum. Not full strength. 30%, calibrated for the result he wanted, staggered, winded, functional. Agnar went back 3 feet and hit the command rail and grabbed it, breathing hard, and looked at Naruto with the particular expression of someone who had just recalibrated the encounter completely. "You're him," Agnar said. "What came through the stones?" "Yes. They told me," he stopped. "I know what they told you," Naruto said. "It wasn't accurate." He looked around at the deck, at Agnar's crew, who had weapons drawn and were holding very still. "This fleet of yours, these people have been with you for years. They believed what you told them about this campaign." He looked back at Agnar. "What did you tell them?" Agnar's jaw worked. That Asgard had weakened. That the summons was desperation, Naruto said. "Yeah." He held Agnar's gaze. "Look around at your fleet right now. You're missing half of it. The half that was supposed to make this survivable." He paused. "You had better intelligence than Draven, I'd wager on that. You knew more about the fracture, about Hela's domain expanding, about Asgard's real situation." Agnar went still. "Because you're not here for the junction," Naruto said. "The junction was what you told Draven it was about. But you're here because of the boundary zones." He watched Agnar's face. "Your old clan territories are in one of the areas where the boundary between Hell's domain and the living realms has been thinning. You've been living next to a failing wall for decades." Agnar said nothing. "You didn't come here to take something," Naruto said. "You came here because you've been watching something failing for years and you ran out of ways to ask for help." He paused. "So you decided to try taking the thing you thought might be the answer." The deck was very quiet. The crew's weapons were no longer quite as ready. "That's not," Agnar started. "It's exactly what it is," Naruto said. "And it makes more sense than a junction grab. The junction is worth resources. The boundary zone situation is worth desperation." He tilted his head. "What's actually happening in your territories?" Agnar looked at him for a long moment. Then he lowered his weapon. 3 of our old villages, he said. Old settlement sites, on the boundary of the eastern dead zones. For the past 6 years, the dead zone has been growing. Not fast. But steadily. He paused. Last winter it absorbed one of the villages entirely. Not destroyed, absorbed. The people there are, he stopped. They're still there. But they're not living anymore, Naruto said quietly. Not dying either. Agnar's voice had lost the command register entirely. What was underneath it was something that had been sitting under the aggression for a long time. They're just existing. In that gray space. Neither. Naruto thought about the gray-blue light of Hell's domain. The sourceless glow. The presences that occupied the landscape. How many people, he said. Hundreds. In those 3 villages. Agnar looked at him with the directness of someone who had finally, exhaustedly, stopped pretending the conversation was about something else. I brought a fleet here because a fleet was the only language I thought Asgard would hear. You were probably right about that, Naruto said. But you didn't need the fleet. You needed someone to know that the problem was happening. He held Agnar's gaze. I know now. The approach corridor around them had gone quiet. The Einherjar formations on the approach paths had held their positions. Sif had them disciplined enough that hold meant hold, even when the primary threat seemed to be resolving. The Vanir vessels had stopped advancing when Agnar went to his railing. What does that mean? Agnar said. It means that what I'm doing here in Asgard, what I came through the stones to do, is directly relevant to your villages. Naruto paused. When I repair the origin point fault lines under Asgard, the stabilization propagates outward. It'll take time. But the boundary zones start recovering first because they're at the end of the system, not the root. He looked at Agnar steadily. Your people won't be in that gray space forever. I can tell you that much. Agnar stared at him. Why would you tell me that, he said. Because it's true and you need to know it. Naruto turned toward the rail. Pull your fleet back. I'll make sure Odin knows about the villages. The Eastern Dead Zone boundary management, Asgard's been running watch posts, they'll know your territories are affected. That becomes a coordination conversation instead of a siege. Odin will not, Odin will hear it from me, Naruto said. And I'm not polite about what I think needs to happen. He looked back. Trust that. Agnar held his gaze for a long moment. Why? He said, and the word was blunter than the one before it, less composed. Why do any of this? You don't know me. You don't owe my people anything. Naruto looked at him with the expression that Sif had seen in the training ground, that Frigga had seen in the records room, that Hela had seen at the fault line in her domain, the one that was simply, plainly himself, no performance and no distance. I've been the person whose village was falling apart and couldn't get anyone to listen, he said. Didn't want another version of that story to play out if I could help it. He stepped off the rail of the command vessel, and the 6 paths chakra carried him back across the corridor to the plateau, and he landed easily, and the approach corridor was quiet. He found Sif at the plateau's edge, watching the Vanir fleet begin its withdrawal, her sword sheathed, her expression doing the careful thing it did when she'd observed something she was still processing. You talked him down, she said. He wasn't an unreasonable person, Naruto said. He was a desperate one. There's a difference. A big one. He stood beside her and watched the fleet. The villages in his eastern territories, the ones caught in the expanding boundary zone, I heard, she said. Heimdall's range is considerable. He looked at her. Will Odin, I'll make sure he hears it from me as well as from you, she said. 2 voices are better than one with him. He's more likely to act if it doesn't feel like being managed. And are you managing him? I'm providing relevant information, she said, with the precise tone of someone choosing their words deliberately and enjoying the exactness of the choice. He smiled. She looked at him and the expression that came through was the open, unmanaged one, the one that had been becoming more frequent over the past several days. You lit up the whole plateau, she said. Had to make it visible. It was visible from the mountain passes, she said. I imagine it was visible from Svartalfheim. It needed to carry the right message. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the retreating fleet. You do that, you know. Light things up. It's not just the chakra. She said it without looking at him, which he understood was because it was easier to say plainly without the additional variable of eye contact. You walk into rooms and things become legible. People become more themselves. A pause. I don't know if that's the fox nature or if it's just you. Probably both, he said. They've been the same thing for a while. She turned and looked at him then, and what was in her expression was everything she'd been carrying since the first night on the training ground wall, visible now because the battle's adrenaline had dissolved whatever maintenance she'd been applying to the management of it. He held her gaze. 7 days, she said. I know. That's not very long. No. He held her gaze. Do you think you need it to be longer? She considered this with genuine seriousness, the way she considered everything, completely, without flinching away from what the honest answer was. No, she said. I think I've known since the 11 seconds. The 11 seconds, he said, and something in his voice was warm. When you had 1,200 ways to end the exchange and chose none of them, she said. That's when I started paying attention in the specific way. She paused. I've been in this palace my entire career. I know what men do with power over someone. You had it and you used it to teach. To see. She held his gaze. I didn't know people did that. Some do, he said. I hadn't met one. The plateau was bright around them, the morning having gone fully to midday, the retreating fleets distant now, the crisis resolved in the specific clean way that crises resolved when the resolution was honest rather than forced. Sif, he said. Yes, she said, before he finished. He held her gaze, and the smile that came was the slow warm one, not the quick surprised one. I didn't say anything yet. You were going to ask if I wanted to have dinner without the warriors 3 commenting on it from across the table, she said. He looked at her. Volstagg cannot be subtle, she said. He's been pointing at us and mouthing things since the 3rd day. I find it exhausting. He laughed, the short genuine one. Yes, he said. That's what I was going to ask. Then yes, she said. That's my answer. They found Thor in the war room, already restructuring the defensive report with the Warriors 3, characteristically undaunted by the fact that the battle had resolved through conversation rather than combat and was already looking for the next thing. The Vanir fleet, he said, when Naruto entered. You said something to Agner. Several things, Naruto said. He had 30 vessels and 8 years of preparation and he pulled back. Thor looked at him with the frank, open curiosity that was his particular quality when he was genuinely trying to understand something. How? He needed someone to actually listen to his problem, Naruto said. He'd been trying to get that for years through channels that weren't working. The fleet was his version of making enough noise that someone would pay attention. Thor thought about this. That seems like an extreme way to ask for help. People do extreme things when they're out of ordinary options, Naruto said. I've done extreme things for the same reason. He paused. The point is that once he felt heard, the rest was logistics. Thor was quiet for a moment, turning this over with the focused sincerity he brought to things he was genuinely trying to learn. Then, would have fought him. I know. And you'd have won. But winning the fight doesn't fix his villages. Naruto looked at him steadily. You want to be a good king someday, right? Thor blinked. Yes. Then sometimes the fight is not the point. The fight is what happens when the conversation failed. If the conversation can succeed, he paused. You still need to be able to fight. You just don't need to do it first. Thor held his gaze with an expression that was doing something genuine and slightly complicated, the expression of someone receiving a piece of information they'd been vaguely circling for years without the clear articulation. My father has tried to tell me something like that, he said slowly. Yeah, Naruto said. Probably harder to hear from him. Thor looked at him, and then, with the straightforward warmth that was his particular gift, I'm glad you're here, he said. For reasons that go past the tactical situation. Naruto looked at him. Yeah, he said. Me too. The evening came down soft and without incident, the crisis absorbed into the palace's ordinary rhythms with the efficiency of a place that had been processing crises for 10,000 years. The battle reports were filed, the Einherjar rotations adjusted, Heimdall's monitoring of the departure trajectories confirmed both fleets were genuinely withdrawing. In the corridor outside the Allfather's study, Naruto told Odin about Agnar's villages. About the 3 settlements caught in the expanding dead zone. About the hundreds of people existing in the gray space between living and dead. Odin listened with the weight of a king receiving information he should have received differently, not defensive, not dismissive, the weight of someone old enough to know that the way information arrived was itself information. The watch posts at the eastern boundary, Odin said, when Naruto finished. They need to know it's inhabited settlements they're watching, Naruto said. Not just anomalous zones. I will review the protocols personally, Odin said. A pause that was longer than usual. You handled the approach well. Draven made a rational choice and Agnar needed to be heard, Naruto said. I just provided the conditions for both. Odin looked at him. The display on the plateau needed to happen. It showed our full hand. It showed Draven that the hand was real, Naruto said. He'd been given bad intelligence about what was here. Showing him the truth was faster than proving it through a battle. Odin was quiet for a moment. You think in terms of minimum necessary force, he said. I think in terms of what actually fixes the problem, Naruto said. Force is usually the slowest fix. The corridor was quiet with the palace's evening sounds. Odin looked at him with the single eye that held everything it had seen, and what moved through it was something that was not quite the reserved royal assessment of the first days, something older and more honest than that. You are not what I summoned, Odin said. No, Naruto agreed. You're more. He held the Allfather's gaze without comment, because the statement didn't need one. The fault line work, Odin said. Continue it. Whatever you need, access, resources, Frigga's assistance, it's yours. A pause. I should have said that at the beginning. You got there, Naruto said. You're more forgiving than the situation requires. I'm practical, Naruto said. Grudges take energy I'd rather put somewhere useful. Odin looked at him for another moment, and the look had in it something that might, in a different register and with less armor around it, have resembled respect. Not the formal kind. The real kind. Good night, Odin said. Good night, Allfather, Naruto said, and walked back down the corridor toward the east wing, and the evening was warm and full, and somewhere below the palace the fault line hummed at a frequency that was fractionally, measurably, if you knew what to listen for, quieter than it had been that morning. Sif was in the east wing corridor when he got there, leaning against the wall with 2 plates from the kitchen that she'd apparently acquired on the premise that dinner without the warriors 3 meant sourcing it yourself. She looked at him. Successful? Odin's reviewing the eastern boundary protocols. He looked at the plates. Is that, it's the good bread and the preserved berries and some kind of roasted thing that Volstag's cook insists on making on battle resolution evenings. She held one out. It's very good. He took it. They sat on the corridor floor, which was not a use the corridor had been designed for, and ate dinner in the evening quiet of the palace's east wing, and talked about nothing in particular, and the corridor was warm and the food was very good, and neither of them mentioned what she'd said on the plateau, because it didn't need mentioning. It was just there, the way the evening was there, present and warm and entirely real. Chapter 7, 3 women, 1 fox. Hela came above ground on the 10th day. Not through the threshold passage. Through something older than that, a convergence point in the grove itself, where the Aldifox stone's deep roots touched the membrane boundary at its thinnest, the same thinness that was the fracture's shallowest expression, and also, it turned out, the point where the terms of exile were most technically interpretable. Naruto found her there at dawn. He'd been going to the grove every morning since the battle, not for the stones, just for the quiet. The grove had a quality in the early hours that the palace didn't, a stillness that was different from the stillness of a building at rest. It was the stillness of something very old that had been patient for a long time and had recently developed an opinion about the current situation. She was standing at the grove's edge, between 2 of the silver trees, in the gray-blue light of early morning that was Asgard's version of dawn. She was in her full form, not the threshold presence of the archive meeting or the domain encounter, but physically present in Asgard's light, and the effect of that was different from either of those previous encounters in ways that were both subtle and significant. She looked, not smaller, but more specific. The domain had a way of making her feel like an aspect of something vast. In Asgard's morning light she was a person, completely herself, wearing the vastness as a quality of her presence rather than as a substitute for one. She was looking at the stones. He came into the grove without announcing himself, because she already knew, and stopped at a comfortable distance and said, "You found a loophole." "The convergence point," she said. The exile term specified the palace precincts and the inhabited areas of Asgard proper. The grove predates the exile by several thousand years and was never incorporated into the formal definitions. She looked at him with the green eyes, which in Asgard's morning light were a different shade than in the domain, warmer, less deep water, more like the green of old stone in sunlight. "I may have been monitoring the exact wording of the exile decree for 9 centuries waiting for a sufficient reason to test the loophole. And I'm the sufficient reason. The fault line work," she said. "I needed to observe the external effect. The domain's response to the origin point repair, it's more significant than I reported at our last session." "More significant how?" "The first origin point stabilization, the one you completed 3 days ago, the propagation effect has reached further than expected. 40% further than my projections." She turned from the stones to face him. "The dead who were caught in the thin boundary zones, the ones at the edge of the domain, the ones who were almost in the living realms, they've begun moving back toward the center. Not because they were forced. Because the boundary is no longer permeable enough to hold them near the edge." A pause. "They're settling." He held her gaze. "Agnar's villages. The eastern dead zones you told me about, yes. The settling process will take weeks. But it's started." She paused. "I thought you should know." "I'm glad you came to tell me," he said. "But that's not the only reason you came." She was quiet for a moment, and the composure that she wore was present as always, but it had a different texture in Asgard's light than it had in the domain. Less structural, more chosen. Like the difference between armor you needed and armor you wore because you'd always worn it and hadn't decided yet whether to take it off. "I wanted to see it," she said. "Asgard. In actual light." She looked around at the grove, at the silver trees and the carved stones and the mountain peaks visible beyond the tree line. "I haven't seen it in 900 years." He said nothing, just let that sit with the weight it deserved. "It's smaller than I remember," she said. "Or I've changed my sense of scale." She looked at one of the stones, at the runes that were faintly warm in his presence, as they'd been since his arrival. "I used to play in this grove," she said. "When I was young." "Before," she stopped. "Before Odin exiled you," he said. "Before the things that led to it," she said, and the precision of the correction was its own story. He came and stood beside her at the stone, close enough that the proximity was a choice rather than an accident of spatial arrangement. She didn't move away. "What was it like?" he said. "When it happened." The question was gentle and completely direct simultaneously, which was the only way he knew how to ask things. She was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the morning light moved slightly, the grove brightening as Asgard's sun crested the eastern peaks. I was young, she said finally. Not young in the way mortals are young, I was already centuries old. But young in the way that means you still believe that being right is sufficient. A pause. I was right about several things. I was catastrophically wrong about how to act on them. She looked at the stone's carved surface. I wanted the realms to understand death. Not to fear it, to understand it. To see it as what it is, which is not an ending but a transformation. Part of the cycle. Her jaw tightened slightly. My methods were the methods of someone who hadn't learned yet that being right doesn't give you the right to force the lesson, he said. She looked at him. You've been there. I've been adjacent to it, he said. Someone I knew, someone I respected, he decided that because his understanding of the world's pain was correct, he was entitled to impose his solution on everyone. He paused. He wasn't wrong about the pain. He was completely wrong about the solution. And you stopped him. We stopped him. It took most of the world and a lot of people dying to do it. He looked at the stone. He thought the difference between himself and everyone who'd come before him was that he was right. The actual difference between him and the people who made better choices was that they found ways to make their understanding contagious instead of mandatory. She held his gaze. The morning light was fully in the grove now, warming the silver bark to something closer to gold. I've had 900 years to understand that, she said. I know. He met her eyes. That's a long time to sit with something. Yes. A pause. The domain is, not a punishment, precisely, though it was given as one. It became, appropriate, eventually. I understand death better than anyone in the 9 realms. Governing its domain is not a degradation. She paused. But 900 years is a long time to have no one who meets you as an equal. The last part was plainly said, without the armor that it would have had 10 days ago. He heard it for what it was. You have that now, he said. She held his gaze, and what moved through her expression was the thing he'd seen at the fault line, the 3 seconds of unguarded, unnamed feeling, except now it lasted longer than 3 seconds, because they were standing in Asgard's morning light and she had found a loophole in her exile, and whatever she was feeling didn't have to stay compressed into the domain's infinite gray patience. I'm aware, she said. He brought her to Frigga. This was not a decision he made lightly or without thinking through the probable outcomes. But it was the right decision, and he'd learned a long time ago that right decisions were easier to make early than to arrive at late through a longer route. Frigga was in her private garden when they arrived, the white rose garden where she'd been when the stones first lit 10 days ago. She was at the far end with her pruning shears, and she turned when she heard them come through the garden gate, and saw Naruto first and then Hela, and was still. Not shocked. Frigga didn't do shocked. She did the particular version of stillness that meant she was taking in new information and processing it completely before responding. Hela was still too, which made the garden very quiet for a moment. Then Frigga set down her pruning shears with the precise care of someone who needed their hands free and crossed the garden toward them, and her expression when she reached them was the expression she wore when something had happened that she'd prepared for without knowing she was preparing for it. Hela, she said. Frigga, Hela said, and her voice had a quality it hadn't had before, not uncertain, but careful. The careful of someone navigating territory that had old damage in it. Frigga looked at her for a long moment, at the death-pale right side of her face and the living left, at the green eyes and the composed bearing, at the 900 years of exile compressed into a person standing in a morning garden. I have been meaning to ask Odin to petition for your return for 200 years, Frigga said. He has not been ready. A pause. I am sorry that it took this long. Hela blinked. The blink was the smallest crack in the composure, but it was entirely genuine. She stopped. You were wrong about how, Frigga said. You were not wrong about why. She held Hela's gaze with the direct, comprehensive warmth that was hers. You are Asgard's firstborn. Whatever Odin decided, I never forgot that. Naruto stood slightly to the side and watched this with the expression of someone who had put two things in proximity and was observing what happened, and what was happening was complicated and necessary and clearly something that had needed to occur for a very long time. Hela said, after a moment that was longer than any moment she'd taken in her domain, the loophole in the grove. I know about it, Frigga said. I've known about it for 400 years. A pause that contained something that might have been the ghost of a smile. I've been waiting for a reason sufficient to warrant using it. Hela looked at her. The exile was Odin's decision, Frigga said. Its maintenance has been Odin's requirement. What I can do within its technical parameters has always been, broader than what I've exercised. She paused. I needed a moment when using the full breadth of what was available would serve more than my own wishes. This is that moment, Hela said. Naruto is repairing the fracture, Frigga said. The domain is stabilizing. The living and dead will return to their proper relationship. The crisis that your exile was meant to contain, she paused, is being resolved through means that don't require your containment. Hela looked at Naruto. He met her gaze. The petition for your return, Frigga said, will go to Odin today. From both of us. She glanced at Naruto. I had assumed. Obviously, he said. Hela looked between the two of them with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously, processing, believing, deciding whether to allow herself to believe, deciding again. The composure was intact, but the thing underneath it was visible in the way things were visible when the person carrying them had finally found a place where carrying them was no longer necessary. I should like to see more of the grove, she said. Her voice was level. Her eyes were not. It's yours, Frigga said simply. As it always has been. Sif found out about Hela's presence in the grove before the rest of the palace did, because Sif made it her business to know what was happening in the palace at all times and had better informal intelligence networks than most of the official ones. She found Naruto in the training ground at midday and stood in front of him with her arms crossed and the expression of someone who had processed the information and arrived at a position and wanted to say it directly. Hela is in the grove, she said. She is, he agreed. You brought her there. She found the loophole herself, he said. I brought her to Frigga. Sif looked at him steadily. How long have you known about the loophole? Since the third day, he said. I mapped the grove's technical parameters when I was mapping the palace. And you didn't tell anyone. I told Frigga, he said. 2 days ago. Sif was quiet for a moment. And Frigga had known about it for 400 years, he said. She was waiting for the right context. Another quiet. Sif looked at the training ground, at the weapon racks and the heavy bag and the earth that still carried the marks of their sparring sessions. She was working through something, he could see it, the internal processing that she did before she spoke rather than while she spoke, the discipline of someone who had learned to arrive with their position already formed. She was my father's ward, Sif said. Hela. Before the exile. My father spoke of her sometimes. Not often. She paused. He said she was the most capable person he'd ever served under and also the most frightening, and those two things were not unrelated. That tracks, he said. She terrified everyone, Sif said. That's the story. The goddess of death who wanted to expand hell into the living realms, who was a young person who was right about something important and catastrophically wrong about her methods, he said. Who has spent 900 years in a domain that has been slowly failing, watching the damage accumulate, unable to fix it or even properly communicate its severity because she was exiled and no one was listening. He paused. She's not what the story says she is. You've spent 4 sessions in her domain, Sif said. Yes. And 3 conversations in the grove. 2 before today, he said. 3 total. She looked at him. And he held her gaze. And she's someone who has been waiting for a very long time to stop being a cautionary tale, he said. And she's finding out what it's like to not be one, and it's considerably harder and considerably better than she'd prepared for. Sif was quiet for a long moment. You see everyone this way, she said. Not a complaint. An observation that was arriving at something. I try to, he said. Agnar. Draven. Loki. She paused. Hela. She paused again. Odin. She looked at him. You see through to what the person is underneath what they've become. Usually, he said. Sometimes I'm wrong. Have you been wrong here? She said. About anyone here? He thought about it honestly. Not yet, he said. Which is either luck or a good sample. She held his gaze, and the thing that she'd said on the plateau, I haven't met one, was present in the way things were present when they'd been said and not unsaid and didn't need to be repeated to keep meaning what they'd meant. How do you feel about her being here? He said. She considered this. I don't have a claim, she said. On anything about your time or where you spend it or who with. That's not what I asked. She looked at him. I know. She paused. She's not what I expected. From the grove. She looked, another pause. She looked like someone who has been a very long way away and is not sure if arriving back counts as arriving home. Yeah, he said. And Frigga, she stopped. I saw them from the garden gate, she said. I didn't go in. I didn't want to interrupt. She paused. Frigga was looking at her the way she looks at, she paused again, and the pause contained the word she was deciding not to say, which was the way she looks at you. I know, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. This is strange, she said. Very, he agreed. It should be stranger than it is, she said. Yeah. He tilted his head slightly. Why isn't it? She thought about it. Because you're the same with all of it, she said. There's no layer of performance that's different with one person than another. You're not adjusting yourself to fit different contexts. You're just, she looked for it. You're just you, in all of it. That's what I've got, he said. One version. Most people have many. I know. I had a few, when I was young. He looked at the training ground. They were exhausting. I was very relieved to stop. She looked at him with the open expression she'd been wearing more and more since the plateau, the one that didn't manage itself. What happens next, she said. With all of it. Frigga's petition for Hela's return, Odin will hear it, he said. He'll resist. He'll process. He'll come around. He paused. He's not a bad person. He's a person who made a decision from fear and has been maintaining it past the point where it made sense because changing it means acknowledging that. He looked at her. With the right pressure and the right framing, he'll change it. And you'll provide the pressure. And Frigga will provide the framing, he said. We work well together. She held his gaze, and the thing in her expression was complicated and entirely honest. Yes, she said. You do. The conversation with Odin that afternoon was the most direct one they'd had. Frigga made the petition. Naruto supported it. Together in Odin's study, not the throne room, the study, where Odin was less the Allfather and more the man who had been making difficult decisions alone for a very long time, they laid out the case. Hela's understanding of the domain had grown beyond anything that could be called a threat. The fracture repair was underway, the crisis that the exile had been designed to contain was being resolved, the structural arguments for continued exile had eroded. The exile had become, at this point, a monument to a decision rather than a functional necessity. Odin listened. stood at his study window with Gungnir absent. He'd left it in the throne room, which Naruto had noticed and taken as a sign of a different kind of meeting, and looked at the mountain view and was quiet. She nearly tore the 9 realms apart, he said. Not defensively. Heavily. She was young and wrong and right simultaneously, Frigga said. And she has spent 9 centuries in full understanding of all of those things. She paused. It is past time. The people of Asgard will adjust, Frigga said. As they adjust to everything, because I will help them understand, as I have always helped them understand the things that require it. Odin was quiet for longer. She's in the grove right now, Naruto said. She found a loophole. Odin turned from the window. A technical one, Naruto said. She's staying within the letter of the terms. But she's there. He paused. She wanted to see it. She played there when she was young. Something moved across Odin's face that was old and private and entirely beyond the scope of the king. The grove, he said. She was standing at the rune pillar stones, Naruto said. Looking at them like they were something she'd missed. The study was very quiet. Frigga looked at her husband's face and did not say anything, because she had 1500 years of understanding that there were moments when saying nothing was the most active choice available. Odin set down the document he'd been holding. He'd picked it up without apparently noticing he had, and looked at Naruto with the eye that held everything. My firstborn, he said. Yes, Naruto said. I told myself it was for the safety of the realms, Odin said. That was true. It was also true that she frightened me, and kings are not supposed to acknowledge fear as a legislative motive. He paused. The two truths coexisted for long enough that I stopped being able to separate them. You can separate them now, Naruto said. Can I? Odin looked at him. You're very certain about what people can do. I've been wrong before, Naruto said. But usually in the direction of underselling people. Not overselling. He held the Allfather's gaze. She's your daughter. She came home this morning and stood in the grove with her hands at her sides and looked at the stones she played near when she was a child. He paused. The rest of it is politics and it can be worked through. That part is just true. Odin was still for a long time. Then, send her to me, he said. In the grove. Tonight. He looked at Frigga. If she will come. She'll come, Frigga said. The rest of the afternoon moved in the particular way of days that have already done their heaviest work early and are settling into themselves. Naruto went back to the fault line, the second origin point, which he'd begun last session, the one directly under the palace's eastern wing. Hela walked with him to the threshold and stood at the boundary while he worked, and the difference between her presence today and her presence at the first session was the difference between a closed door and an open window, same room, entirely different quality of air. He worked for 2 hours. The second origin point was smaller than the first, the damage less total, and it responded more quickly, the membrane accepting the fox chakra's contact almost immediately, like something that had been waiting for precisely this and had been getting more willing the longer the first repair settled. When he came back through the threshold, she was standing there and she said, Odin sent a message. I know, he said. He wants to meet you in the grove tonight. She was quiet for a moment. The composure was present, of course, would probably always be present, but underneath it was the particular quality of someone facing something they had prepared for across a long time without being able to prepare for it fully, because some things didn't allow for complete preparation. Are you nervous? He said. I govern the dead, she said. I am not nervous. He looked at her. I am, she paused. Apprehensive, she said. About whether the conversation will, it will, he said. You can't know that. I can't know it exactly, he said. But I know what I saw in his face when I mentioned the grove. He paused. He's your father and he's been carrying the weight of that decision for 9 centuries. He wants to put it down. She held his gaze and the apprehension was present and real and entirely visible because she'd stopped making it invisible around him somewhere between the second and third domain sessions. "Will you?" She stopped. "I'll be nearby," he said. "Not in the grove." "Nearby." Something moved through her expression. "You're not subtle," she said. "I know. Does it help?" A pause. "Yes," she said. By evening the palace had processed the day's developments with varying degrees of success. Thor had heard about Hela through the Warriors 3's intelligence network, which was to say Fandral had overheard something in a corridor and Volstagg had been present at breakfast when enough pieces existed to assemble the picture. Thor's response was characteristically direct. He went to the grove in the late afternoon and stood at its edge and looked at his sister from 50 feet away, and Hela looked back at him, and whatever passed between them in that look was 900 years compressed into 30 seconds, and then Thor said something that Naruto, standing near the grove's silver trees, couldn't quite hear, but that made Hela's expression do something remarkable and brief, and then Thor walked away with his characteristic stride and his hands at his sides and his jaw slightly set, which meant he was processing something emotionally significant and had decided to do it in motion. Loki arrived at the grove at dusk. He came alone, which was unusual, without the performative armor that he wore everywhere else, and when he saw Hela standing near the rune pillars he stopped and they looked at each other with the specific expression of two people who had been circling the same complicated gravity for a very long time. "Brother," Hela said. "Sister," Loki said, and his voice had none of its usual layers. Just the word. They stood in the grove's evening light and talked in voices too low for anyone else to hear, and Naruto gave them the distance that the moment required and went to sit on the silver tree roots at the grove's far edge with the patient quality he'd developed in a lifetime of knowing when to be present and when to be absent. Sif found him there. She didn't ask where he'd been or what he'd been doing, she'd seen enough of the day's events to know the shape of it. She just sat beside him on the tree roots and looked at the grove's interior, at the two figures talking in the fading light. "Loki," she said. "He needed to see her without an audience," Naruto said. "He's missed her enormously," Naruto said. "He's been carrying that separately from everything else he carries. Wouldn't make sense to anyone who didn't know the full picture." She looked at the tree roots under them, at the silver bark that was warm to the touch even in the evening cool. "Today has been a lot," he agreed. "Are you tired?" she said. He considered. "In the deep way. Not the bad kind." He looked at her. "The kind where you've done a lot of real things and they cost the right amount." She held his gaze and the expression on her face was the open one, layered with something that was processing the day alongside him, being present in it with him rather than adjacent to it. "Frigga," Sif started. "Is in the grove waiting for Odin," he said. "She's going to be there when they meet. Not to intervene. To bear witness. You organized all of this." "Mostly," he said. "Frigga organized the parts one couldn't see. She's better at the choreography of family dynamics than I am." "You talked to Loki this morning," Sif said. "Before he went to the grove." He looked at her. "You're thorough." "I'm a warrior," she said. "Observation is foundational." She paused. "What did you say to him?" "That his sister was in the grove and that going to see her was going to be the hardest and most necessary thing he did today." He paused. "And that the version of himself that had been missing her for 9 centuries was the realest version he had, and it deserved to be given what it needed." Sif was quiet for a moment. "How do you do that?" she said. "Do what?" "Say the thing," she said. "The exact thing. The thing that's true and that someone needs to hear. You just," she paused. "You just say it. Without maneuvering toward it or deploying it. You just put it in the air and let it be real." He thought about it. "I spent a long time trying to say things that would make people like me," he said. "I got good at reading what people wanted to hear. And then I got tired of it and started just saying what was true and finding out that the true things worked better anyway." He paused. Also, I've had a lot of practice with people who were genuinely hard to reach. You get good at finding the door. She looked at him with the expression that had been building since the first day, that she'd stopped managing, that was present and real and entirely herself. Do you see a door in me? She said. He looked back at her. The door in you has been open since the first night in the training ground, he said. You just haven't been walking through it yourself. She held his gaze and then, with the decisiveness that characterized everything she did when she finally decided, she leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief and direct and entirely Sif, no performance in it, no testing, just the thing itself done because she'd decided to do it. When she pulled back, her expression was the open one, without the management or the careful distance. He looked at her. Then he smiled, the slow warm one. The longer version, he said. What? She said. That night in the training ground, he said. You said I'd been working something out. Choosing the longer version. He held her gaze. Yeah. This is it. She looked at him for a moment and then something moved through her face that was entirely new, not the warrior's expression or the assessed and decided expression or even the open unmanaged expression she'd been developing. Something softer than all of those, something that had been under them the whole time and had finally come up. You are genuinely unlike anyone I have ever met, she said. I know, he said. You've said that in 3 different ways since the Grove. I'm still processing it, she said. He reached over and took her hand, simple and easy, and held it on the tree root between them, and she looked at their hands and then at the grove where the day's most important conversations were happening, and didn't take her hand away. Frigga was standing near the grove center when Odin arrived. He came alone, as she'd known he would. Odin did the things that mattered to him alone, always had, the solitude being a kind of respect for the significance of the moment. He wore no ceremonial armor, no Gungnir. Just himself, which was still enormous, but in the grove's ancient quiet was more human than any throne room could make him. Hela was at the rune pillars. She turned when she heard him coming and they looked at each other across the grove, and the 900 years were in the air between them, all of it, the weight and the waste and the things that had been broken and the things that had held in spite of the breaking. Frigga watched from a position near the silver trees and held her hands folded and was still. Odin crossed the grove to his daughter and stopped 6 feet away and looked at her with the eye that had seen the beginning of the age, and what was in it was not the Allfather's assessment and not the king's calculation but something that had been existing in him underneath all of those for 900 years. You look well, he said. His voice was rough. You look older, she said. He laughed. Actually laughed, a short, rough sound that had surprised it out of him. Yes, he said. I suppose I do. She looked at him. I'm not going to make this easier for you, she said. I'm not capable of that. 900 years is not a small thing. No, he said. It isn't. But I'm also, she stopped. I have had 900 years to decide whether I would rather be right or be here. She paused. I would rather be here. The grove was very still. I was afraid of you, Odin said. That is not, he stopped. That is not sufficient reason for what I chose. I know that. No, she said. It isn't. And yet I chose it. And yet you chose it. He held her gaze. I am asking, he said, with the weight of a man for whom asking was not a natural posture, for the opportunity to do better. Hela looked at her father for a long moment. In her face, 9 centuries of exile and the domain and the grey light and the patience and the solitude were all present, all visible, all accounted for. You have it, she said. Frigga closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them both father and daughter were still standing in the grove and the rune pillars were warm with the faintest orange, barely visible in the evening dark. She walked quietly back out of the grove and found Naruto and Sif on the silver tree roots with their hands together and the comfortable quiet of 2 people who had found each other's company and had stopped needing to do anything about it beyond simply having it. She stood near them without interrupting, and Naruto looked up and met her gaze and read her face accurately. "Good," he said. "Good," she said. He looked at her and the question he didn't ask was clear and she answered it with the expression she used only in genuinely private moments, the one that was entirely without the careful management. She sat down on the tree root on his other side, and the three of them were quiet in the evening grove while inside it something very old was being repaired, and the stones stood in their circle and breathed their patient warmth, and the night of Asgard came down soft and complete. "What happens tomorrow?" Sif said, after a while. "The second origin point," Naruto said. "I started it today. One more session should finish it." "And after?" 30 more fault lines," he said. "Then deeper." He paused. "Months of work." Frigga looked at him. "And you'll stay?" "I said I would," he said. "That doesn't change." She held his gaze. "I want to tell you something," she said, and her voice had the quality of someone saying a thing they had not said before and were choosing to say now because the moment was the right moment. "Tell me," he said. "When I prepared for whatever came through the stones," she said, "I made tools and gathered records and organized information because that is what I do when I'm preparing for something significant." She paused. "What I didn't account for was the possibility that what came through would be," she looked for the word. "Real," he said. "Familiar," she said. "In the way that things are familiar when they fit into a space you didn't know you had." She looked at her hands. "I have held this family together for 1500 years with everything I had. I have been present for every significant event and absent from every personal one, and I decided at some point that this was the appropriate exchange." She looked at him. "You made me question that exchange." "Quite quickly." She paused. "I am grateful for it. And also," she paused again. "Say it," he said. "Also terrified," she said. "In the way that only real things are terrifying." She held his gaze. "Because I am not accustomed to real things in that register. I am accustomed to being the context in which real things happen to others." He looked at her for a moment, and then he did the thing that was entirely characteristic of him. He turned toward it instead of away from it, moved into the real thing instead of creating comfortable distance. "Then let this be real," he said. "Both of you." He looked at Sif. "All of it." Sif looked at Frigga. Frigga looked at Sif. Between them, the 10 days of watching the same person from different angles and recognizing in each other the particular quality of attention they'd both been paying. "This is unprecedented," Sif said. "Most things worth doing are," Frigga said. "Is that practical wisdom or justification?" "At my age," Frigga said, "the distinction has largely collapsed." Naruto looked at both of them and the slow warm smile came, and in the grove the stones were warm and the night was fully arrived, and somewhere inside the grove center Odin and Hela were talking in low voices in the dark, and in the deep foundations below the palace the second origin point fault line was humming at a frequency that was measurably quieter than it had been at dawn. One more session, he thought. Then the third. Then the long careful work of everything beyond. But for now the grove was warm and the people beside him were real, and the night of Asgard was everything a night could be asked to be. Chapter 8, The Fox Stays. The cosmic window opened on the 32nd day. Naruto felt it before anyone told him, a pull in the fox chakra, subtle and specific, not painful but insistent the way a hand on your shoulder was insistent. Not forcing, just noting. The way the stones had noted his arrival, except in reverse. A door, opening. He was in the middle of the third origin point when it happened. The fault line work had been going well, better than projected, each successive origin point responding faster than the last, as if the membrane were learning his signature, recognizing the fox chakra as something it had been waiting to receive rather than something foreign to be accommodated. He'd been 3 hours into the deepest session yet, working the third and most complex origin point, the one directly under the palace's oldest foundation, the one where Kull's working had done its worst damage, when the pull arrived. He finished the section he was working. That was the first thing he did, not stop, not surface immediately. Finished the section because unfinished repair work at this depth was worse than no repair work at all, the membrane needing the complete stabilization of each sequence before it could rest. He worked for another 40 minutes with the cosmic window pulling at him from above and the fault line responding below, and when he finally let the chakra ease back he sat in the gray-blue light of Hela's domain and breathed and let both sensations register at their proper magnitudes. Hela was there. She was always there for the deep sessions, monitoring from her usual position at 10 paces, but today she'd come closer. Sometime in the last 30 minutes she'd moved to about 5 paces, which was not something she did consciously and was therefore the most accurate indicator he had of her state of mind. "You felt something," she said. "The return window," he said. "It's open." The domain was very quiet. "How long?" she said. "I don't know the exact mechanism," he said. "The stones activated it. They're linked to the cosmic transit currents, the same ones the fleets use to approach Asgard. When the convergence conditions are right, the window opens." He pressed his hand to the domain floor, feeling the fault line's current condition. "Probably days. Maybe a week." She looked at him with the green eyes and said nothing. "I finished the sequence," he said. "The third origin point. Another session, maybe 2. And that one's done." He stood. "The remaining fault lines need months. I can't finish this before the window closes." "I know," she said. He looked at her. "How do you feel about that?" "About the window?" She paused. "I feel," she stopped. Started again, with the deliberateness of someone choosing precision over protection. "I feel that the correct answer is that the window's status is irrelevant because you've already chosen to stay, and I'm aware that I feel that specifically because I want it to be true and I don't know with certainty that it is." He held her gaze. "Hela. Yes. I know what I'm going to choose." He said it plainly, the way he said everything plain. "I'm telling you now, before I tell anyone else, because you've been in this domain for 9 centuries waiting for things to be different, and I don't want you to spend one more day inside any version of uncertainty that I can remove." She looked at him for a moment that was longer than most of her moments, the composure holding, always holding, but the green eyes doing the thing they did now that he'd been in her domain 32 days worth of mornings. "You're staying," she said. "I'm staying," he said. What crossed her face then was not the small 3-second crack he'd seen in the early sessions. It lasted longer, settled deeper, and when the composure came back it came back slightly different, not tighter but more complete, the way something was complete when it had integrated a new truth rather than being defended against it. "Good," she said. The word was small and entirely insufficient and entirely sufficient at the same time. "Let's go up," he said. "I need to tell everyone else." He told Frigga first. She was in her weaving room, the private one, not the formal solar, working on something with the focused half-attention of a person whose hands were occupied and whose mind was elsewhere. She looked up when he came in and read his face with the comprehensive speed that was hers, and her hands stilled on the weaving. "The window," she said. "Yes." She set the weaving down carefully and looked at him across the room with the expression she'd developed over the past weeks, the one that had been building since the records room and the runestones, and let this be real, the one that was open and unmanaged and entirely her. "What are you going to do?" she said. He crossed the room and sat in the chair across from hers, the weaving room being small enough that the distance wasn't much anyway, and looked at her directly. "I'm going to stay," he said. "I want to be clear about that before anything else. That's not in question." She held his gaze and something in her expression shifted, the particular shift of someone who had been holding a tension they hadn't entirely acknowledged and felt it release. "But," she said. Because she was Frigga and she heard the structure of sentences even before they were complete. "But I want to think through it with you," he said. "Not because I'm uncertain. Because the thinking through is, I want to do it with you." She looked at him for a moment. Then, "Your village," she said. "Konoha." Yes. The people there. Yes. She folded her hands in her lap, not the formal gesture but the one she used when she was being careful with something real. Tell me about them, she said. He told her. Not quickly, he took the time it required. He talked about the village the way he'd talked about it in the throne room at the beginning, but differently, because that had been information and this was something else. He talked about the people who had believed in him when the whole world had reasons not to. About the children who called him by title now, which still felt strange, and the old guard who'd stopped calling him by title somewhere in the middle years because the formality didn't fit anymore. About his students and the weight of watching them become real things in the world. About the particular smell of the village in the morning and the specific quality of its noise. Frigga listened the way she listened to everything, completely, without hurrying it. I'm not saying it doesn't cost, he said, when he finished. Going home is something I'm not going to be able to do. I know that. The window is cosmic, it's not repeatable on demand. When it closes, it closes. He paused. I've been sitting with that for the past hour. And, she said. And I've built a life before, he said. I know how to do it. I know what it requires. He met her gaze. What it requires is people. Real ones, who see you and let you see them and don't flinch from either direction. He paused. I have that here. I have more of that here, actually, in 32 days, than I've had in years at home. He paused again. That's not a criticism of home. That's a statement about what's available here. She held his gaze and the thing that moved through her expression was everything she didn't say in the moment, compacted and warm. There's something else, he said. The window works in both directions, she said. He looked at her. I've been reading the primordial script for 32 days, she said. The transit mechanics, the cosmic window is a convergence, not a one-way passage. The fox chakra can interact with the stone's transit function the same way it interacts with the membrane. She paused. I believe, I would need to work through the full calculation, but I believe, that with the right application of the fox chakra to the stone's transit runes, you could open a passage. Not permanently. Not easily. But a passage. She held his gaze. You would be able to go back. To visit. Not to stay, the transit wouldn't sustain long residence, but, he stared at her. I didn't tell you earlier, she said carefully, because I wanted to confirm the theory before raising hope I wasn't certain I could justify. She paused. I'm approximately 80% certain. He held her gaze for a moment. Frigga. It needs testing, she said. When were you going to tell me? Today, she said. I was going to tell you today. She met his eyes. I have been working on it for 3 weeks. He looked at her, at the deliberate careful woman who had made runestones for an unknown arrival and spent 400 years knowing about a loophole and 3 weeks quietly working a transit theory because she'd seen something he needed before he'd finished needing it. You were preparing, he said. I prepare for things, she said. For things you care about, he said. She held his gaze. Yes, she said. For things I care about. He reached across the small space between the chairs and took her hand, the same way he'd taken Sif's on the tree root, simple and entirely intentional. She looked at their hands and then at him, and the expression she wore was the one from the records room, the one that was everything underneath the 1500 years, present and warm and entirely real. 80%, he said. I'll work it to 90 before you try it, she said. I know you will. He paused. Thank you. You're welcome, she said, and meant it on all the levels it reached. He told Sif in the training ground, because of course he told Sif in the training ground. She'd been at the weapon racks when he arrived, not working, which was unusual, just standing there with her hand on the grip of a practice sword and the expression of someone who was having a conversation with themselves that hadn't resolved yet. She turned when she heard him come in. You felt it, she said. This morning. During the fault line session. She nodded, slow. I felt the stones change when I was crossing the plateau. Something in the resonance. She paused. How long is the window? Days, he said. Maybe a week. She looked at the practice sword in her hand. Set it back in the rack with the precise care of someone who needed to put something down. Turned to face him. I'm going to ask you something, she said. And I need you to answer it the way you answer everything. All right, he said. Is this, she paused. What's been happening here? The 32 days. Is this something that happened because you were here and it was available, or is it something that would have happened anyway? She held his gaze. Because you were you. He looked at her for a moment. Meaning, would you still be you, if the window wasn't a factor? If the possibility of leaving was fully removed? Yes, she said. He was quiet for a moment, giving the question its honest due. The window doesn't change what's real, he said finally. What's real is that I have spent 32 days in your company and every day I've been more interested in the next one than the last. The window isn't the mechanism of that. It's just a circumstance. He paused. I've stayed in places before knowing I'd leave and it didn't make the staying less real. It just changed the shape of it. She held his gaze. I'm not leaving, he said. I want to be clear about that. I'm telling you the window is open because you'd find out anyway and I want you to hear it from me with the full context, which is that it changes nothing about what I've decided. She looked at him for a long moment. You're sure? Yes. The village, Frigga found a transit theory, he said. It needs proving out, but she's been working on it for 3 weeks. There's a possibility of intermittent access. He watched her face. But even if there wasn't, I'm sure. She breathed out once, not quite a sigh, more the release of something that had been held. Then she crossed the training ground and stopped in front of him and looked at him at close range with the directness that was entirely her. I've been standing here for an hour, she said, working through what I would say to you if you told me you were leaving. What did you work out? He said. That I would tell you to go, she said. And mean it. She paused. That it would be the right thing and it would cost more than I've paid for anything in a very long time. She held his gaze. And that the cost would be worth it because that's what it means to stop managing the distance. She paused. That's what you taught me. And I don't say that with any expectation about what it means for you. I say it because it's the truest thing I've processed in a month. He looked at her and the warmth in his eyes was the slow deep kind that had nothing performative in it. I'm staying, he said. She held his gaze. Then she stepped forward and put her arms around him with the decisive ease of someone who had decided entirely and completely, and he held her back, and the training ground was warm in the midday light and the weapon racks threw their familiar shadows across the packed earth. You'd better actually be staying, she said, into the collar of his jacket. I am, he said. Because I'm not doing this again with someone else, she said. You won't have to, he said. She held on for a moment longer, and then stepped back with the composure of someone who had allowed themselves exactly the right amount of something genuine and was integrating it rather than managing it. The fault line work, she said, matter-of-factly. How much did you finish this morning? Third origin point is 2 sessions from complete, he said. Good. She picked up her sword from where she'd set it. Then you have time for a proper fight before the window closes. I want the full output version. He looked at her. Not because I doubt you, she said. Because in 32 days I haven't seen your absolute ceiling and I'd like to see it before I've committed so completely that the information is irrelevant. He laughed, the real one, the short genuine one. That's an interesting reason. I'm a warrior, she said. I like to know what I'm standing beside. You already know, he said. Show me anyway, she said. He showed her. What happened in the training ground that afternoon was not a sparring match in the conventional sense. It was something that the palace guards who glimpsed it from the upper walls would describe later in terms that ranged from inadequate to hyperbolic, none of them quite landing on what it actually was, which was two genuine things meeting at their full extension. Naruto stopped calibrating. Stopped choosing the longer version or the teaching version or the version that preserved the duration. He went at the encounter the way he went at the things that demanded his full attention, completely, at every level simultaneously, the six paths chakra running full and open and the training ground going amber-orange with it. Sif matched him. Not in raw power, she'd never claimed that ground, didn't need it. She matched him in precision and commitment and the absolute conviction of a warrior who had spent 32 days studying the way he moved and had found every adjustment available to her and applied them all. She was better than she'd been on the first day. Meaningfully better. He'd noticed it building over the weeks, the shoulder-foot correction fully integrated now, new patterns developed from the adjustments, the tell gone so completely that he'd stopped being able to use the predictive read he'd started with. She hit him 6 times. Solid hits, the full force of Asgardian warrior strength, the kind that registered even through the fox chakra's resilience. He felt each one the way he'd asked her to make him feel them, actually present, actually weighted. He hit her twice. Both times calibrated, both times real, and both times she took them and kept moving with the specific pride of someone who had decided that absorbing real force from something real was not a defeat but an acknowledgement. It lasted 25 minutes. When they stopped, by mutual recognition rather than exhaustion, the particular cessation of two people who have finished something rather than been finished by it, the training ground was quiet except for their breathing, the afternoon light going the color of endings and beginnings. She looked at him across 6 feet of packed earth, breathing hard, armor dented in one section, something in her expression that was the most complete version of open she'd shown yet. "That's what you are," she said. "Yes," he said. "You've been holding that back." "I didn't want to end things quickly," he said. Which was true and also not the whole truth, and she read the not the whole truth. "You didn't want to overwhelm," she said. "Something like that." She looked at him steadily. "I'm not overwhelmed." "I know," he said. "I should have known earlier." "Yes," she said. "You should have." But the edge was absent from it. "Don't do it again." "I won't," he said. She crossed the 6 feet and kissed him again, and this time it was nothing like the brief direct one from the grove, longer, more real, with the warmth of someone who had decided completely and was acting from the complete decision. From the upper wall, 2 palace guards simultaneously looked at something else with great diligence. The formal announcement was Odin's idea. This also surprised Naruto, until he thought about it and then it didn't. Odin had spent 32 days watching the person the stones had called move through his palace and his family and his centuries-old crisis, and whatever the Allfather thought about any individual development, his understanding of strategic significance was comprehensive. The return window was a cosmic event. What Naruto chose to do with it was, functionally, news. He called a full court session for the evening. Naruto arrived in the throne room for the 3rd time, walking the processional corridor for the 3rd time, and the differences between this arrival and the first one were numerous and visible. The first time, 60 people, strained silence, the quality of a room waiting to determine what something was. Now, 200 people, a different kind of silence, the quality of a room that had already determined what something was and was waiting to hear it confirmed. He walked beside Sif, who had positioned herself there with the natural ease of something that no longer required decision, and felt the court's attention as a comprehensible thing rather than an uncertain one. He knew most of the faces now. He'd eaten with them, sparred with them, worked beside them, talked with them in corridors at various hours. They knew him in the specific way a place knew a person who had made themselves genuinely available to it. Hela was in the room. This was not a small thing. She stood at the right side of the throne dais with Thor and Loki flanking her, in the position of royal household, not ceremonially restored. The formal restoration was a process that would take time and protocol and the kind of careful public management that Frigga was already orchestrating, but present, undeniably, in the room that had been defined by her absence for 9 centuries. She looked at Naruto as he came down the processional corridor, and her expression was the composed one, complete and controlled, and underneath it, visible to him now in the way things became visible when you'd spent enough time learning to read a person, was something that was warm and present and entirely real. Frigga was at Odin's left on the dais, in the position she always occupied, and her eyes found Naruto as he arrived and held the look that was hers, the one that had developed over 32 days of records rooms and runestones and weaving rooms and hands held in tree roots and everything else. Odin stood at the top of the 7 steps with Gungnir and the full weight of the Allfather's presence, and looked down at Naruto at the appropriate stopping distance, and the geometry was the same as the first day and entirely different in everything that mattered. "The cosmic window is open," Odin said, and his voice filled the throne room the way it always did, the resonance of someone who had learned that the voice was itself a kind of architecture. "The Aldifox Stones have confirmed the return passage is active. The being summoned through them, the carrier of the primordial fox's nature, faces a choice." The room was very quiet. "Naruto Uzumaki," Odin said. "The realm that called you has fulfilled its terms of passage. The window is open. The return is possible." He paused. "What do you choose?" Naruto looked up at the Allfather for a moment. Then he looked around the throne room, at the court, at the faces he knew, at Sif beside him, at Hela on the dais, at Frigga at Odin's left, at Loki with his arms folded and his expression doing the complicated genuine thing it did now rather than the performed version, at Thor who was watching with his broad open face and the expression of someone who fully expected to like the answer and was ready to be enthusiastic about it. He looked at all of it, and thought about the village, about the morning smell of it and the particular noise of it and the people in it who had made him who he was. He thought about the transit theory, and Frigga's 80% that would be 90 before she let him test it, and what 80 then 90 meant in terms of what was possible. He thought about Agnar's villages in the eastern dead zones, and the fault lines that were quieter than they'd been but not yet silent, and the 30 remaining fault lines that needed months of work, and the membrane that had been waiting 9 centuries for the right frequency and had recognized it the moment he arrived. He thought about Kurama, who had died protecting him, and what Kurama would say about a man who had finally, for the first time in his entire life, been in a place where the choosing was genuinely his. "Choose yourself for once," Kurama would say. "You've spent your whole life choosing everyone else. Be the idiot that chooses himself." He almost smiled. "I'm staying," he said. The throne room absorbed it. Not in the way of something unexpected, in the way of something confirmed, the collective release of tension that had been held without anyone entirely acknowledging they were holding it. Thor made a sound that was barely contained enthusiasm. Loki did nothing visible, but something shifted in his posture that was the equivalent, for Loki, of a celebration. Hela was still on the dais, with the composure intact and the warmth underneath it visible to anyone who knew where to look. Frigga looked at him and her expression was the complete one, not the careful managed version, not the reading the room version, the real one, the one that had been there since the records room when she'd laughed and stopped being careful about it. Odin was quiet for a moment. Then he descended 1 step, which was, Sif had told him this, early on, the Allfather's version of a significant gesture. He did not descend the throne steps for informal occasions or minor announcements. The single step said, "This is a thing I am acknowledging at the level of my full authority. The realm accepts your choice," Odin said. "And extends to you all that comes with it." He paused. "Welcome to Asgard." "Thank you," Naruto said. And then, because it was true and because he'd been in Asgard long enough to know that Odin responded better to honesty than to formality, "I'm going to keep working on the fault lines. And I'm going to need continued access to the domain boundary. And Frigga's transit theory needs proving out, so I'll be asking for resources on that." A pause. "Also your security rotation still has a gap in the northeast tower." The silence lasted exactly 2 seconds before Thor laughed. openly and completely, and the sound of it broke the throne room's formality into something warmer, and the court followed, the way courts followed when someone in authority set the tone, and the room was full of the particular sound of 200 people collectively deciding that this was going to be fine. After the court session, they went to the grove. All of them, not planned, not organized, just the natural result of several people moving in the same direction at the end of the same evening. Frigga came first, and Sif, and then Hela, who walked from the palace into the Asgardian night air with the expression of someone still relearning what it felt like to do that. Loki materialized at the grove's edge with the characteristic appearance of someone who had been there slightly before he'd decided to go there. Thor came last, carrying a flask of something from the feast, because Thor understood that significant occasions were improved by refreshment. The grove was warm. The stones were doing the low, ambient thing they did now, not the full activation of the first night, just present and breathing, the heartbeat quality that had become as ordinary as everything else over 32 days. They spread out in the grove the way people spread out in a comfortable space, finding their own locations without negotiating them. Thor sat on a root. Loki leaned against a stone. Hela stood near the center, near the point where Naruto had first arrived, and looked up at the Asgardian night sky with an expression that was new. Not the domain's gray-blue glow. Real stars, real night, real air. He came and stood beside her. "How does it feel?" he said. "The sky," she said. "It's been 9 centuries." She looked at it for a moment longer. "It's brighter than I remembered." "That happens," he said. "When you've missed something." She looked at him sideways. "You're very confident about things you can't know from personal experience." "I'm extrapolating from personal experience," he said. "Liberally." She made a sound that was, unmistakably, a laugh. Brief and low and entirely genuine, the kind that had been in her before 9 centuries of exile had made laughter seem like a luxury. She heard it herself and went slightly still, and then, with the deliberate quality of a choice being made, she let the next one come. Frigga appeared at his other side with the silent arrival quality that she had, the sense of someone who moved through spaces so completely that you didn't notice the motion, only the presence. She looked at the sky. Then at Hela. "There's a constellation on the southern arc," she said. "You used to ask me to name it for you when you were young." Hela looked at her. "The Fox's Bridge," she said. "You named it the Fox's Bridge because you said it was the path between everything and everything else." "I may have been somewhat prophetic about that," Frigga said, without looking away from the sky. Hela was quiet for a moment. Then, with the precise deliberateness of someone choosing to say the real thing, "I missed you," she said. "Specifically. Not Asgard, you." Frigga looked at her, and the warmth in her expression was the kind that didn't have a professional component, didn't have management in it, was simply what it was. "I know," she said. "I missed you too." A pause. "Every year." The sky above them was vast and particular, Asgard's constellations in their ancient patterns, the Fox's Bridge arcing across the southern quadrant from wherever it had always been. Sif appeared on the grove's other side, having completed a circuit of the stone ring that she did when she was processing something she wasn't quite done with. She came to where Naruto was standing and stood beside him, and then, with the small precise movement that was characteristic of her when she'd made a complete decision about something, leaned into him slightly. He put his arm around her shoulders. She looked up at the sky and said nothing, which was itself a kind of statement. Loki, from his stone, said, "For the record, I knew from the archive session that this was going to be interesting. I want that on record." "It's on record," Naruto said. "I also want it acknowledged that I provided material assistance in the early phases." "The restricted archive access," Naruto said. "And the research into the Vanir cosmological connections," Loki said. "Which I've been working on for 3 weeks and which, I believe, supports Frigga's transit theory." Frigga looked at her son. "You've been working on the transit theory independently." I've been working on a related problem that turned out to be the same problem, Loki said, with the precision of someone maintaining plausible distinction. The convergence is coincidental. It's not coincidental, Frigga said. It's somewhat coincidental, Loki said. Thor, from his root, said, he's been in the library every night. Thank you, Thor, Loki said. It's true, Thor said, with the equanimity of a man who had never understood why truthfulness was supposed to be regulated by tact. He never sleeps. I've seen the lamp. Your observational contribution is noted, Loki said. Naruto looked at Loki. Thank you, he said. Not with a qualifier, not with the humor that had been running through the exchange. Just directly. Loki was quiet for a moment, and the thing that crossed his expression was the genuine one, the one that came out when he was caught being real and had decided not to retreat from it. You're welcome, he said. Also directly. Later, when Thor had departed and Loki had drifted away with the quality of someone who had gotten what they came for and was content, and the grove had settled into the late-night quiet, Naruto sat in the center of the stone circle, the exact point of his arrival, and pressed his palms flat to the ground and did what he did now every few days, listen to the fault lines. The third origin point was close to complete. 2 more sessions. Maybe one if the membrane continued responding the way it had been. The deep hum of the system was quieter than it had been on the first day. Still there, still present, still the enormous patient problem that was going to take months of careful work. But quieter. Like a pain that had been lowered to something manageable, still requiring attention, but no longer consuming every resource just by existing. Frigga sat down beside him on the grove floor without ceremony, and the fact that she sat on the ground, that she found it unremarkable to sit on the grove floor in the middle of the night in her palace dress, because the company made it worth the inconvenience, was one of the small things he'd collected over 32 days that meant more than most of the large things. Hela sat on his other side. She was still learning how to occupy Asgard spaces. There was a quality of tentativeness to it that she would have died before showing in her domain, where she was absolute, but here she was a person navigating the edges of a space that was hers and also new. She sat on the grove floor and looked at the stones and breathed the night air and was present in it with a completeness that required no performance. Sif was already there, sitting with the easy physical confidence of someone entirely at home in her own body, her shoulder against his. The 4 of them sat in the center of the stone circle, in the warm ambient glow of the runes, in Asgard's night. Tell me something, Hela said, to no one specifically. About what? Frigga said. About what happened here, she said. While I was away. Tell me something that isn't in the official records. Frigga thought for a moment. 300 years ago, she said, Odin lost a battle. A small one, on the outer territories. It doesn't appear in any history. He came back to the palace in the middle of the night and sat in the garden for 4 hours and didn't speak to anyone. She paused. When I finally came out to him, he said that he'd lost because he'd been too proud to ask for tactical counsel from the woman in his household who'd been reading his enemy's movements for a month and had told him twice. She paused. He's asked for counsel consistently since. Hela was quiet. He learned, she said. He learns slowly, Frigga said. But he learns. A pause. It's enough, usually. Naruto looked at her sideways. She met his gaze and the look said, that's also a statement about now, and you know it, and I know you know it. He did know. He thought about Odin descending the single step in the throne room, and the study conversation, and you are not what I summoned, you're more. The learning was slow and the cost of the slowness was significant and real. But it was there. He thought about Agnar's villages in the eastern dead zones, and the domain settling, and the hundreds of people who would return fully to the living world over the next months as the boundary stabilized. He thought about the transit theory that Frigga would bring to 90% and then prove out, and what it would mean to stand in the Aldifox Grove and open a passage home and step through it briefly and come back. He thought about Kurama, not with the grief that had been sharp and was now the specific dull weight of something genuinely mourned and genuinely accepted, but with the particular warmth of someone you carried with you, which was different from missing them and more complete. You found it, Kurama would say. The place that was worth staying for. Finally, you idiot. Yeah, Naruto thought. Finally. Tell me another one, Hela said. Which story? Frigga said. Any of them, Hela said. I have 9 centuries to catch up on. Frigga reached into her sleeve, and Naruto had genuinely started to believe she kept everything she ever needed in those sleeves. It was its own form of power, and produced nothing this time. Just the gesture, the reflexive reaching for preparation. She laughed. The laugh was the real one, the brief genuine one that changed her face. Hela looked at her mother's face when it happened, and the expression that crossed hers was something new, something that would need new words to describe, words that 9 centuries of the domain's vocabulary hadn't required. I didn't bring anything, Frigga said. I prepared for the window and the court session, and I forgot to prepare for sitting in the grove afterward. You forgot to prepare for something, Sif said. It appears so. I'm keeping that information, Sif said. For future use. I expected nothing less, Frigga said. Naruto looked at the 3 of them, at Sif's dry warmth and Frigga's composed genuine laugh, and Hela discovering what her face could do when it had something worth doing, and felt the thing that had always been his best quality, the thing the primordial script had called homemaking and that he'd always just called being present, the simple, profound satisfaction of being in exactly the right place at exactly the right time with exactly the right people. I know a good story, he said. They looked at him. It starts with a boy who was hated by everyone in his village, he said, and ends with, well. Ends with him sitting in an ancient grove on the other side of the universe with 3 extraordinary women and no paperwork. He paused. The middle part is long and there are several wars in it, but the pacing is good. Hela said, tell it. So he told it. He told it through the late night and into the small hours, when the Asgardian sky turned toward its pre-dawn colors and the stones breathed their warm orange into the dark, and the 3 women listened with the particular quality of people who were receiving something real rather than being entertained by something performed. He told it honestly, the hard parts plainly, the good parts warmly, the losses without softening them and the victories without inflating them. He told it the way he'd always talked when he decided to talk, directly and without performance, the one version of himself he'd stopped being able to put down a long time ago. And somewhere in the telling, somewhere between the Chunin exams and the 4th war and the part where a dying fox decided to call someone partner instead of prison, the grove warmed to something that was more than its ambient temperature, and the stones pulsed once with the deep orange gold that was his signature and the grove's recognition of it, and the night of Asgard came all the way around to the beginning of the next day. When he finished, the sky was going its slow roseanne gold at the mountain peaks. Sif was looking at him with the expression that didn't need managing. Frigga was looking at him with the complete one, the one that had developed from the records room through everything since. Hela was looking at him, and whatever she was looking with was something she hadn't had a name for at the beginning of the 32 days and had more than a name for now. That's the story, he said. That's the beginning of the story, Frigga said. The rest of it is here. He held her gaze. Then Sif's. Then Hela's. Yeah, he said. It is. The sun came up over Asgard, gold and deliberate and entirely committed to being present, and the grove was warm in it, and the stones stood in their ancient circle and were content, and the fault lines below the palace hummed at a frequency that was measurably, genuinely, finally quieter than they'd been the morning before. There was work to do. There was always work to do. But the work was here, and the people were here, and for the first time in a very long time, in either dimension, in any life he'd lived, the here was enough. More than enough. It was home.